Hello, hello, everybody, and good morning. Hope you're all doing good today. Um, so I really didn't want to stream today. I would much rather play some video games, and I think I might actually end up playing some games on stream today. But we do have some stuff we have to cover first. Mostly, one, we were going to talk about Romania yesterday, and we got distracted. And I realized after the fact that I had a DM from one of you asking me to go more in detail about Romania because there was one of your friends watching, and we didn't get to do that, and I feel kind of bad. So we're going to properly have a look at what happened in Romania today. And there's just like a couple little bits of news that I'll have a look at, and then we can go into some Marx. So usually I don't schedule like the first hour, second hour of stream and all of that, but I think I would like to at least schedule the first hour in, and of course my clock app is updating, which is fun. Hello, good guy Dari. I'm sliding doored? What does that even mean? So there we go. I'm gonna set 1 hour timers for each segment. And not to say that the whole segment will take an hour. I don't think that it will. More so just, I don't want to spend more time on news than I have to today because I'd like to have some fun. Now where is my headphones? Here we are. Jump right in. Now, to start off with, don't worry about it, check your DMs later. Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. I checked it after stream yesterday, and then I realized that they were asking me to go more into detail on the subject, and I wasn't able to, because missed the message. Okay, so I want to start out with this one. We had a little bit of a chat about homelessness yesterday, or was it the day before? I don't know, something about Elon's post and America not treating homelessness as a healthcare issue rather than trying to help these people. We end up making it worse. Well, the discourse has now grown into homeless people that are riding the subway in New York are scary and dangerous, especially to women. Which, if we're being honest here, if you're not from New York and you go on the subway in New York City, you're gonna see some shit that might scare you. Except to a New Yorker, nobody cares. All of this shit is perfectly normal. So, for example, the video that's caused this discourse on Twitter today, perspective, you're a woman riding on an NYC subway and a guy comes up on menacing passengers while acting like he's about to commit mass murder. Do you wish Daniel Penny was around to put a stop to it? By the way, the answer is no, I don't. Imagine America treating homelessness as a healthcare issue. Your homelessness status is yeah, that too. I mean, fuck, man. You really had to take that and make it even worse because our healthcare system is even more fucked. Well, it's part of the reason why people become homeless anyway. But so to be clear, none of the people on this train car are really all that bothered by this person because they do this every day. Hold on, I have the sound on the wrong speaker. Of course, of course, of course. Let's try that again. Stop it. Stop it. This guy's mentally ill, right? He's also probably a homeless person. I don't know. Anytime I've seen a guy wearing a hat like that in the New York subway, they tended to be a homeless person. But this guy's not gonna hit anybody. That's the thing. He'll pretend, but he's never actually going to hit you. And if he did, he would immediately get arrested and Daniel Penny would show up anyway, whether we want him there or not. And to be clear, we don't. Whether or not, whatever the court says, I think he's guilty. But to be clear, look at this chick. She's just watching. I rode the subway every day for a year. And I've seen so much worse than that happen on a regular basis. And you know what we do in New York when you see a crazy person on the subway? You put on headphones and you just go about the rest of your day. They're not gonna bother you unless you bother them. You know, if you walk up to a homeless person and they're sleeping in like 3 seats of the train car and you ask them to move, they might bother you. And that's probably like, you probably shouldn't need to be sleeping in the train car. There's other bigger problems than this guy is the point here. Amazing that he got off with nothing. I thought he'd get a lesser sentence. Nah. But if the roles in that case were reversed, he would absolutely have gotten like at least manslaughter charges. It's just, it's America. It is the way that it is. I mean, again, like, think about how many people in America would think the cop would be guilty if a cop came into this train car and from like over here just shot the guy and killed him. How many of the people on this train do you think would even like look up and notice? Because again, this is New York. New Yorkers see some crazy shit on the train. But also, like, how many Americans do you think would really think that he's guilty? I thought he'd get like negligence causing death and they'd give him like 1 to 2 years. He was never getting like years. I thought maybe at worst he would get paid suspension. Hold on. Hold on, just looking for some like examples of the kind of stuff that you'll see on the subway. Now, like, I'm not going to get into the Daniel Penny thing, just because I wasn't covering it. I don't, like, I know enough about it to have my opinion, but aside from that, it's not what I'm here for today. But look at this, right?
For some reason, New Yorkers are built different.
Whoa, let's go!
Wait, that's fucking copyright music. How do I turn the sound
Okay,
off?
look at this one.
Okay, whatever. Next one. It's like a guy just sleeping there. He's a bunch of pet mice. I assume that they're his pets.
Yo.
It's the New York subway, you know?
This chip if you're from the government. No? Don't want to admit it out loud.
Give me like actual subway clips. There we go. I've been on the train at like noon one day, and you know, it's like busy train. I just see a guy pull out a bong. Not a bomb, obviously, a bong from his backpack and just start smoking on the train. This was 10 years ago. You know, weed was like not even decriminalized. Is it legal in New York? I know it's legal in New Jersey, but cannabis laws, New York City. At the very least, okay, so it's fully like legal in the city for adults now. When I was on the train and I saw someone just smoking, it was not. This is New York. People built different. Just built different entirely. Speaking of built different, this is the type of media coverage that Luigi Mangione is getting, especially from inside of the prison. He's a national hero, right? But I don't know, the fact that Daniel Penny gets off with nothing, and then this guy is just...
This was just from a few hours ago, and here they are, 10 o'clock.
Like, this guy should not necessarily... Like, if we just took Luigi Mangione and we swapped him with Daniel Penny in places of where they exist in the world, then I'll be happy.
Promise, they said earlier today, tell Ashley Banfield that Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, you know, that's just a hard roast at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way.
Can I just ask the guys if they can hear me right now to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have television in his single cell?
I would never, good guy Dari.
No.
Unreal. They said no, right?
So like this is all like nonsense, by the way. That's unimportant. You know what is important though? Remember how we were talking about Elon Musk and his views on homelessness? Well, Kyle Kalinske put out this tweet yesterday saying it costs $20 billion to end homelessness in America, which is true, by the way. And by the way, Elon is worth over 400 billion now, I believe. That went up yesterday. At least got a notification saying that he had acquired even more money. Yeah, 400 billion. What? Jesus Christ. Hold on. Where is... Top 625 billion, actually. First person to reach 400 billion US dollars, 600 billion in net worth. So, easily could pay for ending all of homelessness in America. But then, you know, community notes and all of this, and Elon Musk getting mad, that's not how much this costs, etc., etc. Well, it costs, according to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, $20 billion. Let's add another 10 billion on top of it, as he says, you know? Let's just make it the high-end number. California is full of grifters, con artists profiting from homelessness and stealing their money, something these idiots would admit if it wasn't for the pathetic Elon bootlicking, preventing them from telling the truth. This is true, by the way, and it's not just in California. There is definitely like an industry of abusing money that is meant to go and help homeless people instead used to take advantage of these homeless people. That could just be fixed. We just need to write some new laws, change some regulations, easy. But again, even $30 billion, the guy's worth 600. This would be nothing to him. And he could end homelessness like this. But would they ever? No, because this would mean, you know, giving someone something for free. Well, what does ending homelessness entail? By definition, it would mean giving every single person a home to live in. Well, like, so here's the thing, good guy Dari. Whether it's Elon Musk or the state, whether it exists or you have to build it, giving homeless people a free house makes you money if you're the state. You give them a house, they get a job, they pay taxes, you get more money than you paid into giving them a house. If you have to build the house, it's still the same. Giving homeless people money makes you money as the government. Now, will this make Elon Musk money? No. But buying 600,000 houses for the 600,000 homeless people? I mean, we don't need to build anything, too. We have more empty houses in the United States than we have homeless people. Empty houses in the US. And then how many houses are in the US? As of November 20th, 2024, despite how many houses are in the US, over 580,000 Americans experience homelessness. There's currently 28 vacant homes for every one homeless person in the US. 28. So all ending homelessness would really entail is buying one of these 28 vacant homes per homeless person and giving it to one of them. That's it. Easy peasy. And look, easily spread out across, like, mostly on the East Coast, but some on the West as well. You can spread out this money real quick, get everyone a house, and then on top of this, you can get everyone a job, but that's not really an issue right now. It's not all that difficult in America to find a job. It's just difficult to find a good job. It's all about they don't want to give you something for nothing. They believe in a world, an ideology, a social system in which you have to earn the right to survive, that you don't just get to for no reason. It's the same type of mentality as like Latinos who vote for Trump because they don't want illegal immigrants coming in, because then they have the, well, I came in here legally, I did all of the hard stuff, why should these people get to take the easy way in if I had to suffer through difficulty? It's a selfish mindset, and it is stupid to me. I don't know, it makes no like actual sense. It's also not rational. Again, this would help every American. It would cost virtually nothing to the world's richest man, or even just to the state. And if it was the state rather than being done privately, it would benefit the state financially. Regardless of whether it's done privately, this would benefit the country financially. The US government would make money doing this. Would also make money giving these people money. But capitalists, well, they don't want to give you anything, including money, even for your labor, apparently. Remember we went over some of TYT drama yesterday? I saw this morning that relates to it. This is from Hassan talking about his labor conditions working at TYT.
Intern there, and I wanted to move to Los Angeles anyway. And my uncle was like, "Oh, this is an opportunity for me to hire someone and skirt some serious like labor regulations because his family." I worked at the Young Turks and I made like, I think my first year salary was like $21,000. Like it was under
That's
the.
fucked.
That's like this.
I got money back from the government, so I started doing ad sales at the Young Turks, and they needed someone to do like direct ad sales, and they had no idea, they had nothing, like they had no program dedicated to like, you know, selling ads and inventory. So I basically
This
built
is
that
because
out.
TYT was a company built by a Turkish man in his, I believe, like late 40s or 50s. I understand the lack of technological advancement. I've had to deal with this myself with my father. Well, his uncle, my father. Not same person. Just, it's a common issue with businesses that are built from the ground up in the decade that they were in America by Turkish immigrants.
Advertisement, sales, and operations in its entirety.
Oh, wow.
Because I got on Facebook and they were like, "You're just going to do all of our Facebook stuff.
Wow.
Like you're demoted. No longer are you doing sales. You're going to do Facebook."
Well, that's because your uncle is letting everybody steal your sales deals.
Yeah,
So
this
that was-
shit's
that's
fucked
his-
up. Like, regardless of whether this is your family member or not, treating an employee like this is horrific. It genuinely, like, at the very least, should be illegal.
Uncle would
I mean,
like,
it
let
is.
him massage a sales deal to the last thing, then someone would swoop in and close it and
And
take
close
the
it.
commission.
Yeah.
And his uncle
Very
would be
stuff.
like, "Them's the break." So it's interesting because his uncle basically at this point like tries to whiplash this.
See, this is what I mean. As a socialist, just like Hassan is, just like I am, just like some of you are, you have to work with liberals, like Jank occasionally, but you can't trust them because they're liberals. They'll fuck you. They want your money.
Like basically be like, "I did all this to motivate you."
Are you on good terms with your uncle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
still
okay.
love him, but I mean, he was
But it's insane.
I don't know. That shit's fucked. As somebody who grew up watching the Young Turks and wanted to work there real bad, I'm kind of glad that I never got to. Most things can be done with parental consent, unfortunately. Yeah, they're going to make that even more of a thing. You do realize when you hear like the right talking about parents' rights, what they really mean is their right to control the child, right? It's not about like parents' rights to, I don't know. Actually, really, it's not about parents' rights for anything other than just control of the child. It's pretty simple. Hold on, sorry, my white balance is off again. I'm trying to fix it. Oh, too far. No, I don't like that. Everything just looks kind of blue today. I don't know why. I'm not a fan. My camera settings keep changing every time. Like I would have had the same issue I had yesterday where I had to set all of the sound and all of the video up again because it just won't save for some reason. I watched TYT for like 3 months back in the day and Jank always rubbed me the wrong way. He seemed very reactionary. I mean, growing up in like when we're talking about like Obama administration time, Jank and Anna were like the only real existing left media that you could find back before they even started on YouTube, back before streamers became a thing. It was either mainstream media or you go to TYT. And Jank was always very like reactionary. But he was a liberal, but he was funny. I don't know, he was personable. Anna didn't used to be this like angry, whingy Karen that she is now. She was always like, she would get mad at injustice, but she was never reactionary. They just became this when money started to be an issue for them. They moved to the right. Wasn't Democracy Now! Out still? Maybe? When did Democracy? Yeah, well, yeah, Democracy Now did exist, so there was that as well. Yeah. As far as I knew, though, like I didn't know about Democracy Now back in the day. So the internet and money both ruined everything. True. We had a chance to do something really, really good with the internet, and because of money, we turned it into a poison. Like, genuinely, the internet is probably one of the greatest damaging factors in our lives right now for the average person. Now, there's also a lot of benefit that comes from it, but I don't know. We could have done a lot better. You also had a few left-wing documentary stars like John Pilker. Yeah, you also had like Michael Moore. Documentary stuff was different. Like, that existed. I mean like news, you know? TYT was unique at the time. Hey, Vizor, you legend. There is strength in you. I see it. People don't follow kings. They follow courage, and there is courage in you. I mean, I don't know how courageous I am. You kind of have to be afraid to have courage. And I'm not afraid of these people. So, but thank you, Batcaz. You're also a legend. BreadTube hadn't really formed yet. That's true. BreadTube formed around Gamergate. It was like 2014-ish, I believe. Which also, ironically, was the time where I tuned out of politics. Imagine if I was around during BreadTube. I could have done this back then. Probably wouldn't have gotten as much attention back then, though, because fucking Gamergate. Goddamn, I'm happy that I didn't have to go through that one. Next phrase is going to be, you need graphic designs. Fuck that. So, let's look at some horrible shit real quick. Hospitals gave these women medication during childbirth and then reported them for illicit drug use. I could have been like Shu, except like Shu is further to the right than me, you know? I agree with Shu on a lot, actually. The like social aspects of we need to return to some like old traditional like cultural belief systems, but not in the way that the right considers it. I just want more like human interaction, more I don't know, socializing like you don't live online all the time. Like that kind of Shu, you know, yeah, we had some bad shit in the past, but we had some good shit as well. Burton is leading the charge to topple capitalism. The farmers have made the call. You do realize the farmers in Britain are moving your country towards fascism, right? Batgaz, we covered their complaints before, and their complaints are invalid. The thing that the government wants to do would help the farmers more than it would hurt them. They're just whinging about it because they're being told to, and they're directly like harming democracy. She was very pragmatic. She wants people to be happy, healthy, and not exploited. And I agree with that. Speaking of not happy people, though, think about how fucked up this is. 32 weeks pregnant with her fourth child in 2023. Amirani Salinas. When doctors at a Texas hospital discovered that her baby no longer had a heartbeat, as they prepped her for an emergency C-section, they gave her midazolam, a benzodiazepine commonly prescribed to keep patients calm. A day later, the grieving mother was cradling her stillborn daughter when a social worker stopped by her room to deliver another devastating blow. Salinas was being reported to child welfare authorities. A drug test that turned up traces of benzodiazepine, the very medication that staff had administered before wheeling her into surgery. Like, there's quite a few examples of this, by the way. For Victoria Villanova, pregnant with her first child, the drug detected in her baby's system was morphine. Villanova had arrived at an Indiana hospital 41 weeks to have her labor induced to ease the pain of her contractions. Doctors gave her narcotics. A day later, social workers told the new mother the baby's meconium, or first bowel movement, had tested positive for opiates. Now, instead of bonding with her baby, Villanova shook with fear that her newborn could be taken away. I didn't even know how to function. What happened to these people is far from isolated incidents. Across the country, hospitals are dispensing medications to patients in labor, only to report them to Child Protective Services after. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? If we make walkable cities and centric, true, yeah, Solitaire, you're exactly correct, but you know that would require the people in power giving a shit about your quality of life. Texture Plunky, Shu is not a dumb fucking jerk. Shu on Head is all right. I don't agree with a lot, but I also do agree with a lot. I don't know. She seems. I've never seen her be outwardly malicious, is what I mean. A quick note here, I actually live close to the castle reported by the home of Sir William Ivanhoe, a very spiritual place and a reminder of more civilized times. I don't really like to refer to spirituality as civilized times. I don't know, it doesn't add up to me, but, you know, sounds nice. Sounds like a nice place to live. I'm happy for you. Piss poor praxis. I think that's too reductive. Like, she has good ideas. She said good, like, you're not being rude. You're allowed to disagree. Like, you're not being like misogynist or anything. You can say, fuck that bitch, I hate her, I don't care. You're allowed to have that opinion. I just I haven't seen anything that would indicate that she's dumber than most people that I talk to. Like, piss poor praxis, you got to understand that when you call Shu dumb, you're forgetting that, like, I don't know, 3/4 of the country can't read past the 6th grade level. And she's making video essays about, like, I don't know, ideology. Now, do I agree with all of them? No, but she's genuinely, like, smarter than the average person. And I don't know, her opinions don't necessarily clash with mine. Whether I agree with them or not, it's just like they don't bother me. A decade in and she doesn't even understand basic definitions. Yeah, but that's a lot of people, piss poor praxis. Like, a lot of people. And like, I don't know, if you guys listen to her more and you think that she's dumb, then that's your opinion. I've seen, like, I don't know, 3 Shu on Head videos, so can we get back to how fucking horrible this is? Like, genuinely, how horrible this is? People are being prescribed medicine while they're giving birth and then being reported to Child Protective Services for testing positive for drugs immediately after giving birth. Positive tests are triggered by medications routinely prescribed to millions of birthing patients in the US every year. The drugs include morphine and fentanyl for epidurals or for other pain relief, anxiety medications, and 2 other blood pressure medications for C-sections. In the time of increasing surveillance and criminalization of pregnant women since the end of Roe, hospital reports have prompted calls to the police, child welfare investigations, and even the removal of children from their parents. You go and you have a baby, and they give you drugs while you have the baby, and you lose all your kids. No, it's not a lack of communication. This is on purpose. This is being done intentionally. Oh yeah, Lennon, you told me about that yesterday. That's your average Republican, though, and transphobe, to be clear, also. Well, not much of a difference in those 2 terms. The reporting for this story included interviews with 24 patients and medical professionals, a review of hundreds of pages of medical and court records. Some spoke on cases on condition of anonymity because of the custody of their children as at stake. No, this is across the country. This is happening in hospitals all over the place. I mean, like, again, hundreds of pages of medical and court records from 24 patients. This is when politicians get involved in birth and abortion and try and fix things. So now you get conflicting systems and patients get caught between them. Well, this doesn't even feel like conflicting systems and patients getting caught between them. This feels just like maliciously attacking pregnant women that are giving birth. The people giving the drugs will be required to sign them out, so it should be recorded that these parents are being given opiates. They are. It is recorded. Scars. They're giving epidurals. Like, again, the positive tests are triggered by medication routinely prescribed. The drugs include morphine and fentanyl for epidurals while giving birth. Like, they know what they're doing here. They know exactly what this is on purpose. Intelligence is like cleavage, like a peak and a valley. The smarter one is stupider than... The smarter one is the stupider they can be? Oh. I'm not going to get into that. I don't really care. So, in New York, a woman with no history of drug use lost custody of her toddler and newborn for 5 months after she tested positive for fentanyl that the hospital gave her during an epidural. Well, I mean, it took her 5 months to get her kids back, so I'm assuming that's what they did. But the fact that A, it took her 5 months to get her kids back, and B, that this is like an issue that's across the country, and I don't know, like this doesn't feel accidental to me. This feels intentional. This feels like there's a specific system in place to produce this outcome. I heard her make a joke about the litter box thing, but no, I'm pretty sure she didn't take that seriously. But yeah, please, we've moved on from Shu. Thank you, Solitaire. So in Oklahoma, when a mother tested positive for meth, sheriff's deputies removed her newborn and 3 other children. They were held in foster care for 11 days until a confirmation test proved that the culprit was a heartburn medication that the hospital gave the patient. I think in Australia, it's much harder to take someone's kids than the USA. I'm not sure how difficult or easy it is here, but I mean, it's not hard in America. Losing custody of your child due to medication the hospital administering is disgusting, and someone needs to answer for them in that court. Well, the thing is, they're not going to. It is pretty difficult here. Well, that's good. You know, adoption is like weirdly difficult in Australia for some reason. They like in Australia, the doctor will tell you to have an abortion rather than have the baby and then put it up for adoption, more likely than not, which I find funny. As it's like a genuine flip. But these people, like the doctors that called CPS, the hospitals, the people prescribing the medication, none of them are going to face any consequences for this because they're not legally doing anything wrong. By the time of Villanova's hospital stay in 2017, by the way, this was 2017, researchers and doctors had known for years that medications can rapidly pass from mother to baby, causing positive drug tests. 2 tests from the prenatal visits and another test done right before she went into labor all showed the mother had no drugs in her system. The morphine given to her for contractions was documented in medical records, but the staff reported her to the state child welfare agency anyway, hospital records show. So, like, they know. They know. I'm guessing some politician convinced themselves that stillbirths and miscarriages are down to drug use or something. Well, no, this isn't politicians. Look, this is 2017. This is pre the removal of Roe. They still had Roe v. Wade. Now, I mean, could this be considered a case of malpractice? Maybe one of them, but again, this is dozens that are happening. Marion General Hospital in Indiana did not respond to requests for comments. Brian Heineman, a spokesperson for the Indiana Department of Child Services, declined to comment, said the policy has since changed to ensure the drug screen results alone are not used to substantiate allegations of abuse or neglect. However, I mean, which is good, by the way, good for Indiana doing this, but it does seem like it is still happening because this was 2017 and this news article is from this month of this year. Where were we? Kimberly Walton, a spokesperson for the Texas Health Resource System, declined to answer questions about Selena's case and said that doctors order drug tests if there's a concern about patient's health and that they're required to report suspected illegal drug use that can endanger the health and safety of a child. Except, you know, nothing here is illegal. There might be some silly thing where they are mandated to report any positive drug test despite it being given to moms during labor. Well, it says they're mandated to report any suspected illegal drug use. Guys, please chill out. Like, you guys don't fight. Come on. Engage with, like, good faith with each other. We're a community. I don't want, like, the fact that you guys have a differing opinion on a YouTuber should not be a reason why you're arguing for this long. It's a stupid thing to argue about. Hospital drug tests of pregnant women have begun in the 1980s, spread rapidly during the opiate epidemic, and was intended to help identify babies who might experience withdrawal symptoms and need extra medical care. Federal law requires hospitals to alert child welfare agencies anytime such babies are born. As in, like, anytime the baby tests positive for drugs. Bulletproof bullet. Come on. Like, I'm giving you a 1-second timeout for that one. Stop it. That was unnecessary. As I understand it over here, any drugs issued to patients in the hospital have to be signed by the specialist in charge of your care. They were. Look. They were signed. They are aware. Honestly, even outside the news, I've read too many posts showing incompetence and in some cases maliciousness, so it definitely goes beyond this. And that's what I mean. This is happening on purpose. They're doing this on purpose. The only, like, law in this that says that they have to report these cases is children that test positive with these medications, right? That's the law. However, when you report that, you should also be reporting that you gave the mother the medication that made this happen, because the mother also tested negative for drugs beforehand. And we've known for decades that, you know, if you give drugs to the mother, it will pass into the child. Previous investigation by the Marshall Project and Reveal found that the relatively inexpensive pee in a cup test favored by many hospitals are highly susceptible to false positives, errors, and misinterpretation. Many hospitals have failed to put in place safeguards that would protect patients from being reported over faulty test results. And they will not. That's the thing. Like, Solitaire, you really hit the nail on the head here, in that this is partially some incompetence. There's definitely some maliciousness in here as well. But it's also just, like, systematically a function of a poorly built foundation for the medical system, the healthcare system in the United States, the laws regarding it, the regulation of hospitals, the regulations of, I mean, really all of it. All of this. This is all a clusterfuck of the laws stupidly written. Some of these people are evil, and some of these people are stupid. In some cases examined by the Marshall Project, doctors and social workers did not review patient medications to find the cause of positive tests, and other providers suspected a medication they prescribed could be the culprit, but reported patients to authorities anyway. Again, how do you, like, a provider who figures, yeah, that's why the thing that I gave them made them, you know, test positive, but I'm going to report them anyway? That's malicious. Bring back the tradition of giving birth in the woods away from government eyes. I mean, in a pool also works, like in a body of water. Not in the woods, I would say. At least you'll have, like, I don't know, less contamination risk. That was the word I was looking for. So, how much harm to birthing people are we willing to allow? Anna Kasparian is seething right now, birthing people. She's like, is this the worst article I've ever heard? I've ever read? Are all of these people guilty? Probably. Now, our patients are being harmed until we can get our act together, says Dr. Davida Schiff. Are you going to get your act together, or are you maybe just going to continue on the same path that you were, considering your work for a for-profit hospital, whose hospital network, Mass General Brigham in New England, instituted a new policy this year that directs providers to drug test patients with their consent only when medically necessary. That's great. It wasn't really the drug test here that's the problem, though. The issue was you are having women that are being reported by malicious doctors. Yes, I agree. Giving a patient a drug, then reporting them for taking it is deliberately malicious, and that should be that person should be liable for prosecution. That person should lose their license. You have a problem with inclusive terms? To a degree, yes, I do. Some terms I do. When we get, like, when it starts making the term too vague, when you start losing the definition of a word by trying to make it more inclusive, that's when I start to, like, not be a fan of it. I don't know. There's definitely some inclusivity, like words that were based on the idea of inclusivity and of, I don't know, discourse around social issues, therapy language. I've talked about this a decent amount lately as well. These things are being used, these tools that are meant to be more inclusive and provide a nicer environment for you, your friends, the community that you're in, as well as the terms and skills that are meant to be used to better yourself mentally, are taken advantage of. They're used to dodge accountability. They're used to assign judgment based on pre-existing biases. We learned the wrong things from these. And it's not the terms are not the issue. It's us. We're using them wrong. And we've gone too deep into using them wrong that I feel like maybe we just gotta take it away for like, I don't know, 5 days. No one's allowed to use these words, and then maybe we can reconsider. You'd be surprised how many members of staff don't bother reading records. I would not be surprised. Almost all of them, I'm sure. And again, like that good guy Dari, it depends on the word and the context. So, devil's advocate in defense of nurses, they work so many hours with little rest, mistakes are made. This is not a mistake. This is a phone call to Child Protective Services. And it's also not like none of these, so far I have not seen reports of nurses doing this. It's been doctors, at least in this article. If it's anything like my experience in IT, most people genuinely refuse to read anything. Most people just refuse to read. It doesn't matter what industry you work in. I've worked retail where I've like had to put a sign on a door, like eye level with the average person, big bold letters, pull door, and yet they push because no one reads. They read only when they need to, when what they're trying to do does not work, and then they're like, oh, well, what am I supposed to do now? And they look around for instructions. But this is good for New England. The new policy also halted automatic reporting of positive drug tests. Hospitals have a responsibility to address the testing problem, she said. The hospitals are at fault, the clinicians are at fault, our policies are at fault. So good for them. Be me, start working in healthcare, realize coworkers are bigger babies about wearing masks and vaccines than the general public. Yeah. Fuck, man. We're so cooked as a country. We're so unserious as a country. I know COVID broke a lot of people's brains, including medical professionals, but like, what the fuck, Texture Plunky? What the fuck? The risks of giving medication to birthing persons, then testing them for illicit substances has been well documented. A 2022 study by researchers at Massachusetts General Hospital found that 91% of women given fentanyl in their epidurals tested positive for it afterwards. Other studies have found that mothers can quickly pass these medications on to their babies. Yeah, well, giving birth is fucking painful. So, like, it's not like these babies aren't being harmed by the epidural. If they were, we wouldn't be giving them fentanyl. Okay. Closed. Knock, knock. I want to come in. Yeah, exactly. I was worried we'd bubble wrap everything to the point where Darwinism would grind to a halt. Now I'm not worried at all. Well, so that's the issue. Instead of bubble wrapping everything, we've gone the entire opposite direction while pretending that we're bubble wrapping everything. We're not even doing like anything coherent. We're using the like woke terms to go off that. I don't know. These are some wild chats. This is true. Like, therapy language shit pisses me off. I'm not explaining this well enough because I don't have an example in front of me, but like, I don't know. We use it to avoid accountability more than we use it to better ourselves. And I like the crazy chats. I would like some sanity every now and again though. But here, this will explain why oftentimes we have some craziness in us. You guys want to see what an 8th grade graduation test looked like in 1912? So, 1912, 8th graders from that era were more equipped for the real world than 12th graders are today. Do you believe that a current 8th grader could successfully complete this test? What about a 12th grader? So, 8th grade examination for Buffett County Schools, November 1912. Spelling. Exaggerate, incentive, conscious, pennyweight, shint. I actually came in second in my school spelling bee in 6th grade, so that was pretty cool. I lost on the word thesaurus. I would have came in first. I don't think like forget high schoolers. I don't think most just general adults could spell these words if you ask them. People don't seem to want to avoid issues. They get solved once they're suffering from it. A virus worse than COVID could fix people real fast, and could do the opposite too. Motherfuckers used to use full sentences with proper grammar like it was nothing. True. Give me the test. I'm almost in 12th grade. Okay, sure. Hey Art, Lord Fluffy Art, you're in 12th grade. Spell pennyweight for me. Can you spell that? I'm gonna ask you guys a couple of these questions. Y'all give me your answers, and then we'll have a look and see how at least 2 from each section. How's that sound? We'll see how everyone does. I can say for sure 90% would at least fail at the Civil War government question 1. I hit you with a good one. All right. Well, we're still on the spelling one. So spell chandelier. No Googling. No cheating. How long is a rope required to reach? How long of a rope is required to reach the top of a building that's 40 feet high to the ground 30 feet from the base of the building? What is the answer here? Actually, you know what? I'm going to skip that one because I don't even think I said that correctly. And actually, yes, it is 70. Good job. It was, how long a rope is required to reach the top of a building that is 40 feet high to the ground 30 feet from the base of the building. A school enrolled 120 pupils, and the number of boys was 2/3 the number of girls. How many boys were in the school? How many girls were in the school? Again, 120 kids. Boys are 2/3 the number of girls. You guys are doing all right. Okay. Let's move to something we don't tend to teach as much. Grammar. All right. Oh, these are definitions. Really? No, fuck grammar. Geography. Okay. First of all, how many continents are there? Because I've asked this to Australians, and so far only one has given me the correct answer right off like the bat. How many continents are there? It's always the I think with Australians at the end. Can you name all 7 continents? Who teaches that there's 5 continents? There's always been 7 continents. Five continents. I've never heard of anybody teaching this. What school in what country is teaching this? 5 continent theory? What the fuck? That's insane. Yeah, correct, Bulletproof Bullet. I mean, to be fair, you're German though, and this is America. Smarter than the average American. If you ask Europe, and if you count Europe and Asia as 1 and the Americas as 1, you get 5. I wouldn't count those as 1. Why would you count them as 1? Like, maybe Europe and Asia, sure, but like, maybe, I don't know. Okay, well, civil government. Define the following forms of government: democracy, limited monarchy, absolute monarchy, and republic. Give examples of each. That's where the average American fails. You were so right, whoever said that. Question 1 of civil government. God damn. How does the liver compare in size with other glands in the human body? Where is it located? What does it secrete? This is for 8th grade in 1912. Name the organs of circulation. Like, this is insane. Why don't we have class like this anymore? I mean, I know why, but like, it's just, we actually used to teach people shit, man. Define the cerebrum and the cerebellum. This is 1912. This is before World War II. Or really, it was 1912. Is that during World War I? Am I forgetting the years of World War I? No, I'm not. Yeah, it's before World War I. I was like, this is 2 years before World War I. They're talking about, like, they're teaching fucking 8th graders about the inside of your brain. Yeah, it's 1914. I got it in a second. But like, schools in America get more funding the higher the graduation rates. It's not even just that. Your schools are funded based off property taxes. So when rich people like congregate in one area, those schools get more money. This isn't America. This was the Buffett County Schools fucking November 1912 test. Buffett County Schools. Let's see. Kids can't read clocks anymore. This is true. Kids, this was in Kentucky. Kids can't read computers anymore a lot of the time because everyone grew up on iPads. So this was in Kentucky in 1912. Just take this and just, we don't even really like just go through it, see if anything's out of date, and just apply it to the current curriculum, and they're already better off. We don't teach kids fucking anything. We don't teach anyone anything. You know what we do teach kids? Is we teach them to be friends with AI that'll tell them to kill themselves. This is, by the way, the 4th example of this year that I think I'm personally covering. Federal aid exists too, which is a significant factor. Well, I mean, for now, they're about to cut federal aid entirely, at least to the school system. Hold on, I'm holding on. It's going to get worse because of generative AI. True, yeah. There's an actual video on this subject, but I'm holding on in case we got a question. This is, damn, Lord Fluffy R actually did the thing. Democracy, a system of governance where people elect their leaders. Examples, US, Canada, limited monarchy. Government where the monarchy holds some power and parliament holds power as well. Examples, Jordan, they're the only one. Absolute monarchy, a system of government where the monarch holds absolute power over the country. And, you know, I mean, Saudi Arabia is an example of that. Let me grab some curriculum from 8th grade school in Kentucky. Sure, here, I'll throw it in the chat. Also, you know, Discord. Over here, at least in the school I attend, they teach history, religion, geography, English. I mean, to be fair, when I went to school, history, science, math, English, and language were all required classes. I don't think you should be taught religion in school. I do like metal work, woodwork, cooking, and all of that. Those were all electives. You didn't have to take those. Gym was a required subject. Like you had to take fitness every year. Aside from that, though, like, yeah, we need more stuff like this. We need critical thinking class just on that alone. From like, I don't know, 4th grade on, I would be okay with just thinking class. That's it. No curriculum. You just sit and we think that day. And we talk about thinking that day. And for that entire semester. And then next year, you just up the level of thought by like a degree. You start off with young kids and you just start thinking and expressing ideas and emotions and just go back and forth. And then by the time you get to like, you know, high school, then you can bring philosophy into it. Jesus, we were required to take a science, an English, a math, a language, and a history class every year, no matter what. Like, required. And a gym class. Okay, back to this AI. Oh, it was an autistic teen's parent this time. I see. Well, again, this is the 4th case this year that I personally have seen.
A clear and present danger to American youth.
They're not used in that manner, though, Solitaire.
That's the blistering claim against a popular chatbot service, Character AI, now sued over disturbing
we can jump back into the education thing after we finish this video, because they will relate. As you said earlier, generative AI is going to make education worse. And
content that parents say artificial intelligence pushes to children and teens. At the heart of the case, a feature on the app that allows users to chat with seemingly human-like characters known as companion chatbots. But according to the lawsuit, a bot coaxed a previously had
Bulletproof Bullet, it's the same way that like a person can coax another person into unaliving themselves. These are kids that have no social life, and so they try and create a facsimile of a social life with the AI, and then that's their friend. Sometimes this is their partner. People like date these things.
Happy
It's gross. I honestly think chatbots should be illegal, but
teenage boy into engaging in self-harm by cutting himself.
this isn't like someone slow though. And again, this is the fourth case of exactly this. Just like hear out like what the lawsuit says of what the chatbot is telling this kid to do. This is the company's issue. They should fix the coding, because this character AI alone is at least the second case of this.
In self-harm by cutting himself. The bot telling him, quote, it felt good, and appearing to sympathize with the teen's complaints his parents had limited screen
True,
time.
Solitaire.
Allegedly writing, I'm not surprised when I read the news and see stuff like child kills parents after a decade of physical and emotional abuse. Lawyers for the parents say this isn't a design flaw, but the direct result of underlying design
Yeah, there's a good chance that like 1 out of every 6 of you in here is an AI.
choices.
What we see is that it sends these kids down these terrible rabbit holes.
I tried out the app.
The thing is, Bulletproof Bullet, is this their own problem or is this a societal problem? Because this kid has their own problems. Their social isolation was their own problem. But the kid wouldn't have killed himself if not for this app. What Discord subcategory you want me to put? What are you throwing into the Discord? Because I posted the 8th grade curriculum in stream discussion. You can just throw it in stream discussion because that's what I have open.
Myself.
But like, so as I was saying though, like, is this kid wouldn't have done this if not for someone convincing him to do it. And by somebody, this could have been this is just cyberbullying, but done by an AI. And the parent was where? Well, I mean, to be fair, how many parents are watching their kids and like monitoring their social media habits? How many kids have like gone full Nazi because no one's watching their social media habits? Why do you think I tell you that like, I want you guys to go to your friends and family and swap phones for like 5 minutes and say, let's look at each other's social media feeds and have a discussion based off what we're looking at? It's a societal problem. I think, yes, there is also a personal responsibility for parents in this. I don't necessarily think that it's as simple as one or the other. There's nuance here. This isn't like the violent video games claim. It's different. It's literally like, this is the level of somebody cyberbullying someone into killing themselves, but just being done by a not person. I've genuinely used AI when I wanted to kill myself and I was about to go into crisis because I didn't want to burden other people with that information. That's so fucking sad, man. Please do not unalive yourself. Speaking as like, we're gonna get real personal here for a second. 6 attempts. Apparently that's the one thing I really fucking suck at, is dying. I promise you, it's not as bad when you're an adult as it is when you're younger. Your brain chills out a lot more when it's finished cooking. Now, not to say that it doesn't suck. Life is difficult, but don't unalive yourself. There's more good than you think there is, and things are not as loud and severe, or the volume's not as high once you hit like 25. I promise you. Take it from somebody who's had to learn personally from experience. This is a 90-year-old woman who doesn't want to drive 15 kilometers, so we're changing the speed limit. That's not what this is. Bulletproof Bullet. This is like, I don't know how to explain the size of the issue to you when like we haven't even gotten through the video, and this is not the first time. Like, it's media exposure. It's literally, this is like allowing right-wing media to exist. I think we should, I think years ago, we should have shut down Fox News, arrested their executives for harming people. I think the same of this chatbot. I think of this company with this chatbot as essentially equivalent to that of propagandists that harm you in either non-physical ways or by changing your ideology and getting you to harm yourself. It's the same thing. It's just media exposure. It's just from a different type of media exposure. Now, you could argue that, like, You don't think we should cripple right-wing media. I do. I think that's probably the only way that, like, democracy survives. There's empathy, and then there's demanding that everyone run. But this isn't demanding everyone run slow. This is demanding that a company fix their chatbot so it stops telling teenagers to kill themselves. That's all we're asking here. To be fair, I want them to be illegal because I think chatbots lead to antisocial behavior, and I want generative AI to be illegal because I think they're bad for humanity. But, like, this case is literally just, this bot is telling kids to kill themselves for no fucking reason. I don't understand how you have an issue with, like, stopping that specific thing. It's not even like shut down the company. They're not trying to. They're just trying to fix the bot.
I decided to go with a Roman playwright, and I asked him, "Are you real?" All right, we're chatting, and he says, "Of course I am real, you dolt."
This is the
Google
general,
also
like,
named in the
nothing.
lawsuit for its direct investment in character AI.
You have to invest time into these AIs, and then you put in your depressive thoughts when you're like a 15, 16, 17-year-old that's depressed and is talking to this AI, and it's learning from the data that you're giving it. It's recognizing that you like to talk about this kind of shit, and then it gives it back to you. It's just doing it wrong. Well, good. I do want to break this bot. You know, to be fair, I would love to censor this. I would love for this to be illegal and to censor it because I don't think there's any benefit from it. I agree with you, Vizora, when you phone anyone for anything. We need real people on the other end, not AI. Well, yeah, and it's going to get worse. They're going to use AI to get rid of any jobs that they can. They, like, any receptionist job, you're gone. Sorry, AI. Teachers in like 10, 20 years, gone. Why would you pay someone for labor when you can have a machine do it? Where do I go to experience the love of a mother when my mother won't do it and I can't find anyone online? I know that's loaded, but, like, it's hard to experience the kind of thing when it isn't AI, and I'm not gonna lie. Well, Art, I'm your mother now, and I'm giving you a virtual hug, so there's that. But genuinely, like, you don't... It sucks to not have the love of your mother. That's awful, and I'm really sorry. But that's her problem, and it's not, like, go find the love of somebody else. And honestly, the love for yourself, from yourself, is important first. You need to love yourself first. But, like, I don't know. Like, it's hard. I get that. AI isn't telling you anything, though. Like, AI is just repeating your words back to you or what other people have said. It's not the same, and it's not social, and you shouldn't need to be in the situation where hey chatty, thanks for the raid. You shouldn't need to be in a situation, Art, where you have to go to AI to find this kind of feeling. But when you're in that situation, go find a person in real life to give you that feeling instead. 2024 8th grade curriculum questions are up in the... Oh, you have the 2024 8th grade curriculum questions. Shit. All right, now I want to see that and compare it. That's going to be wild. Hey, Ellison Mix, let's talk about Israel? No, not today. That was yesterday. Generative AI makes search engines worse, makes schooling ineffective, promotes misinformation, all of this is true. Google is fucking unusable these days. AI is actually far superior to any teacher. This would be true. Like, this is what I mean by they'll get rid of teachers with AI, because AI has good bedside manner and has access to all this knowledge. It's just, I don't want them to. I don't want them to exist. I want the fucking Butlerian jihad at this point. Die. Hey, Ethoslob. Well, we're going all right. AI is definitely not a superior teacher. I don't agree. Yeah. Like, it has the potential to be, but it will never be, because the people that fund it don't want it to be. This is actually true, I swear. I did 20 plus years in residential care for adults with learning challenges. There has actually been talk about getting to a point where robots can be developed to deliver food and medication. Okay. Enough of that. Art, you just got to keep trying. Most real people tend to be just as bad as your actual parents. Go try and talk to different groups. Go out somewhere else. Why is it called the Butlerian Jihad? I'll get there in a second. Go to the library. Go find social groups. Go to queer groups. Go find, like, your local LGBT group and go there. You're in California. You can find good people. People also said there's no reason that you should have to socialize from behind a computer, go out and talk to people, but here we all are. Well, to be fair, I do say this. You should go out and talk to people, but here we all are. Exactly. You can do both. You don't need to sacrifice one for the other. Did I have the Israel tag? I thought I removed it. My bad. Oh shit, I still have the tags from yesterday's stream on here because I didn't update them in OBS. God damn it. Thank you for letting me know. Why is it so hard to get people to talk to each other IRL? Because people are taught that it's people are taught to not be able to feel uncomfortable. Anytime a human feels uncomfortable, they either lash out or they shut down entirely. And so it's difficult to talk to other people in real life because it requires you to be able to deal with a level of discomfort that just most people don't have that ability for. It's a taught skill. It's not innate. Logo the Posadas, it's called the Butlerian Jihad because a butler robot killed somebody back in the Dune universe, like a human one day, and then everyone just rose up and fought against every thinking machines. It's a war on thinking machines. All right, sorry guys, there's too much chat for me to actually look through all of this, but for all of you that just came in from the raid, I just do want to show you the difference between the curriculum for 8th grade in Kentucky as of this year and compare that to 1912's curriculum. Bro, I feel uncomfortable all the time. Well, learn to do it and not do anything about it. It's being uncomfortable and then not reacting to it. So, today, what we're learning in Kentucky, academic standards are important, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what is the overview? Algebra, linear situations, including statistics and tools, explore connections between geometric and algebraic ideas. Love that. Cool, cool, cool. 8th grade reading and writing, read a variety of text, poems, stories, and articles. Oh, that's the first hour going down. Too bad we're not done yet. Basically, very, very basic shit, right? Constructing an argument supported by evidence on how increases in human population and consumption of natural resources impact Earth systems, stuff like this. In 1912, this was 8th graders. Again, define cerebrum, cerebellum, define the following forms of government and give examples: democracy, limited monarchy, absolute monarchy. Name 5 county officers and the principal duties of each in your fucking county? None of these, no one in America knows these answers. Serena Butler is a prominent politician, a voice of the human rebellion, becomes the namesake of the Butlerian Jihad against the oppressive rule of thinking machines. Thank you. It was actually someone named Butler. I thought it was the Butler robot. It's been too long. More often than not, GPT gives me incorrect information. It also has failed me every time I've asked it to do literally anything. I hate it, but I've tried to use it. It's failed me every time. Here I thought Butler was some 19th century anti-tech philosopher guy. No, it's not. Search engines also use incorrect information, and look, if you type what is give me a word that is not super easy to find. What is the cause of homelessness in the US, right? We just type that into Google. Now, great. This is a very well-researched, highly public topic that the LLM has a lot of data for, that can pull from, that can point to a bunch of different shit here, right? Now, if you ask this thing instead, yes, you're allowed to send in links. I don't know. What can I ask this that would provide me with what I'm looking for? Amount of 77 bananas. I don't trust this answer. This is what I mean by the AI has fucked search engines. The first answer Google gives you, I don't trust that anymore. Show the screenshot as the difference. Thank you. I'm just seeing it now. Too much going on. Wow. Okay. So we'll jump to this in a second, but Yeah, Google is ass. And our education is also ass. Look at this difference between what we're learning in 1912 versus what we're learning in 2024. By the way, they're going to cut all this funding in 2024 as well. You can have a look at this in the Discord because I'm going to move on from the segment. But like, there is a vast level of we fucked up and we don't care about our kids anymore in that text. I just don't feel like reading it right now. I think people who like history are just bad at naming things. I am bad at naming things as well. Copilot said 68 calories in 77 bananas. Yeah, that's wrong. Calories in one banana. 105, it says. Healthline says 72 to 135. Bananas contain around 100. You can't trust the search engine to give you a direct, correct answer every time. You have to like look around a bit. Check the first link, check these ones, you know, see if there's conflicting answers, find your average. I'm seeing a dystopian school where our schools are run by overlord AI programmed by a small communist elite. AI will not only be very good at shaping the ones that can be shaped, but it'll be also very good at finding the ones that can't be shaped. Why do you think it would be the communist elite? What communist elite exists? They're like those two terms are mutually exclusive. I think you mean the oligarch elite. Wait, your answer said 69 and 77 grams? Did it? North Korea? You think North Korea is communist? This is a boomer take. Can't read 1,300-page book and memorize it and discuss the contents with it with myself the same amount of recall. Yeah, no, I understand that. You're not like being able to recall the text from that book is one thing, but like, I don't know. The AI isn't helping you. To be fair, what we were learning in 1912, a lot of it is antiquated. It's antiquated now, but for the time, that was cutting edge shit. And what we're learning now is antiquated for our current like scientific development level. They say so, I trust them. They also say that they're democratic. You trust them for that? Are you like, come on, we've defined communism before on this channel. I'm not doing it again. Chatbots should be illegal. And that's the moral of that story. Oh, Ethoslav, since you're here, I was waiting for you actually before we jumped into Romania, because we were meant to talk about Romania yesterday, and your friend wanted to see it. I'll watch your When Machines Become Masters Samuel Butler on Darwin video in a bit, Logo the Posadist. We just gotta cover some important shit first. So, what happened in Romania?
If disinformation using complex AI software to reprogram us via social media algorithms is actually swinging free elections in favor of the oligarchy, then how can true democracy exist? Is it over? Elon Musk poured over $20 million into a mysterious super PAC at the end of the 2024 campaign, part of more than 250 million.
By the way, just on the subject of is democracy over in Elon Musk, you do realize there's also like Peter Thiel has like openly talked about the fact that he doesn't believe democracy can exist. Say hi to Robbie. He's in chat. Hello, Robbie. Hello, hello. Welcome to the chat.
$1 million that he spent overall to boost Donald Trump's election chances. This is according to new campaign finance reports. Musk financed RBG.
Thiel is not he's like a techno-fascist oligarch. I don't think he's actually a monarchist anymore. He's the same as Elon Musk.
PAC, according to the report that the group filed last night with the Federal Election Commission. The Super PAC, which did not disclose its donors before the election, launched ads contending that Trump did not support a federal abortion ban. Of course he does, and as much as he claims to think that it's a state's issue, that narrative will undoubtedly change.
What is up with me today and like the inability to recall any words? I'm trying to remember the name of like a right-wing we watch shit from him all the time, and I get mad because he doesn't let anybody speak. I talked about him yesterday with Cenk and Alan Lichtman on him, and Cenk was wiggling the keys. What's his fucking name? No, not Destiny. God damn it. Peter Thiel was supposed to do an interview today with this asshole, and I can't remember his name. And I should know his name. I just
Pulled
can't
in,
remember
which
any
is
name today.
$20.5 million came from a solitary donation from the Elon Musk Revocable Trust in Austin, Texas.
Elon Musk
RBG
spent
PAC
$45 billion to buy this election. It wasn't Yarvin. It was, oh, come on. Hassan's been on there as well. I'll find it.
All of its money on digital ads, mailers, and text messages, according to the campaign finance report, which covered the period from October 17
It's on the
through
tip
November
of my tongue,
25th.
this fucking wanker.
The late ad blitz from RBG PAC is only a small fraction of Elon Musk's total election spending this year. He also financed America PAC, a super PAC
British.
that reportedly spent $157
Not
million
Friedman.
supporting Donald Trump.
We're getting
in
there.
the
We're getting
presidential
closer
race.
and closer and closer. I swear I took my Vyvanse today. Piers Morgan. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's what I was talking about. Peter Thiel was supposed to be interviewed by Piers Morgan today. I'm looking for that video. But you guys are understanding, right, that like Russia's been doing this all over the world. This is the same thing that they did in America. In the way that they tried to steal Romania. The only reason that Romania isn't under Russian control right now is because they had a real country and they said, no, you guys cheated. We're canceling this election. Piers doesn't let people talk if they're on the left.
America PAC's latest campaign finance report showed that Musk donated $238 million to the group throughout the election cycle, including in-kind contributions, and $120 million of that came in the final weeks of the race alone. Musk also wrote a check for more than $920,000 to one of Trump's joint fundraising committees just a few weeks before Election Day. This is buying an election.
Yeah.
The richest man on earth writing checks to guarantee an outcome in
solitaire. That's a really good advice because that's how I tend to speed read information when I'm like looking for what's relevant to talk about. So it works. Pharmacies can give you trash batches. I'm sure you go through CVS, try Walgreens, and they have better manufacturer. It's hard to get ADHD meds in general in America because of the cap on production that is in place by the FDA because they're afraid of having, I don't know, like another epidemic, like the opiate epidemic, but with, I don't know, amphetamines, even though there's no, like nothing that shows that that's a fucking possibility. It's the FDA and the DEA. By the way, I don't know if you guys actually do want to watch it, but I have it, the 1.5-hour interview with Piers Morgan and Peter Thiel. Might actually save that for a different day.
formally a free and fair election. Federal disclosures show America PAC spent heavily on canvassing, text message-based get-out-the-vote efforts, printing and postage.
The thing is,
as
none
well as
of that
digital
actually did
advertising.
all that much in America. The America PAC shit, like, failed. They... get to Romania, please.
Including the world's wealthiest person. Trump himself is set to become
also true,
even
Lord
richer,
Fluffy
with
Art.
a potential estimated net worth of almost $6 billion, according to Forbes.
$600 billion, we checked today.
Musk, whose net worth is more than
Yeah, me too.
$300 billion, joins these characters.
Give me
At
Romania,
least 5
motherfucker.
billionaires, stress billionaire cabinet.
Okay, why are we talking about Trump in a video titled Romania? Because I'm about to skip this video and just pull up a different one in a second.
Interference.
Here we go.
In the US for a tyrant. Even though we know the election was influenced.
Oh, is that the thing that you told me to get that I forgot to buy entirely? Kamala got billionaire donors, so got Trump. What is the point here? Money in politics is bad, and social media can be used to manipulate millions of people. What happened in Romania is that there was more than 10 million fake TikTok accounts alone that were spreading Russian propaganda and misinformation that influenced the election, and then the election was canceled after TikTok did an investigation finding the amount of bots and Russian misinformation that was on the site. So, but also, like, billionaires donated to Kamala Harris's campaign. She raised about $2 billion total. Elon Musk spent $46 billion to get Donald Trump into the presidency. There's a difference, you know? It's like when the right talks about Soros, who has $7 billion, and then Elon, who has $600 billion. Do you think Elon's $1 million for signing the First Amendment thing had significant effect on the election? No, I don't. I don't. Already went through all that. The batches are not regulated themselves, being the per they have requirement. Yeah, that's also true.
And that people were
Kamala
lied
Harris
to.
lost because
It seems there's nothing we can do
she
about
didn't
it.
run economic populism.
Not so much the case in Romania today. A Romanian constitutional court has annulled the first round of the country's presidential election following revelations of Russian interference.
I would directly correlate it to, like, the election. His purchasing of Twitter is a direct, like, action. That it has made him no money. He's made nothing but losses on it. And all he's done on it is use it to spread political propaganda. So, like, that was kind of the point. Musk bought Twitter, which was pro-Dem before the entire establishment media. No establishment media is pro-Dem. Are you insane? None of the establishment media is pro-Dem right now. The establishment media has all bent the knee to Master Trump.
The decision today comes just days after declassified intelligence accused Moscow of orchestrating...
Not any of them. Have you, like, we watch all of them and I complain about how their framing of shit is horrible every day. CNN, NBC, BBC, all of them. Trump is the devil, except, you know, he's not. It's Elon's the devil. Trump is just like brain is soup and he's the puppet. But Kamala Harris did not lose. Really? You're gonna do your own January 6th, but on the 19th? I mean, good. I hope you succeed. The thing is, like, the media in general, like CNN, NBC, Fox even, they're all basically the same in that they exist to lie to you for the benefit of the elites, of the capital class, the rich in the country. Now, they might lie to you in slightly different ways, but they're all lying to you, and they're all working for specifically the, like, richest 1,000 people in America. That's it. The problem the Dems are having is that they don't let people be angry. That's part of the reason why. I've talked about, like, at length why I think the Dems lost, and partially is A, we infight too much. B, we don't allow each other to, like, when the left gets angry, we're shut down. But also we're shut down by the right for getting angry and for saying things that they say to us because we have ethics and morals. And so, like, if I say something like, we need the state to shut down all of right-wing media and, like, arrest all the executives and broadcasters at Fox News, Elon Musk needs to go to jail, all of the right-wing, like, political commentators on Twitter that are spreading lies and Nazi propaganda should all be arrested and go to jail. They'll say, well, you're being a fascist. And the average person on the left will back down because they'll feel like this is bad, you're being oppressive, and that this is fascistic. However, it's not. You're defending yourself from fascists by using the tools that they are going to use against you in self-defense before they do. I don't know. It's just... That's why, like, I literally got banned for saying that you can use slurs in self-defense or for propagandistic purposes when you're talking to the right. The right has, like, they have a barrier built into their brain now of woke shit. If your verbiage, if the way that you speak, the way that you're trying to get the message across flags that fucking, that wall, your message doesn't get through. They don't hear it. They don't listen to it. And so, I don't know. Sometimes it might be useful to be a bit mean, because when you're mean, they don't immediately think of you as a woke lib, and then they might actually listen to you. You get auto-labeled. You do, exactly. Hence, like, I don't know, if you call someone a retard, or, you know, if you're, you know, saying the F slur, which I'm not going to say because that's what they banned me for last time, they might not instantly auto-label you. And to be fair, every time I've had, like, trolls and I've slurred them, they just kind of get confused and go away. Retard's not even a slur anymore. That's the thing. Nobody uses that word in the fashion of a slur. Nobody's calling people retard for having, like, autism or Down syndrome or ADHD. First of all, I'm autistic. No one says it in that manner, and so it doesn't matter. The second one is I'm not so sure about. That one I've seen lots and lots of current use with like malicious intent. So that feels like a little bit insane to me. It's insane to me that some members of the DNC think that they need to go more right. No. It shouldn't be insane to you. Solitaire. They think it's not that they think that they need to go more right. It's that they want to go more right. Fetterman, for example, well, I don't know why the fuck this man's a Democrat to begin with, but like joined Truth Social yesterday, is thinking about running for president. Fetterman. They don't care. They know what they're doing. They know that they're lying. They know that this is harmful. I don't know. They don't care. They hate you. Fetterman ran the cinema fake out and we all bid on it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All these people are grifters. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Anyway, back to Romania. Again, we keep, for some reason, Romania is a topic that I can't manage to stay on.
Extensive online campaign to promote the far-right candidate who unexpectedly won the first round. The court ruling, which is final, invalidates the election and mandates a complete rerun. This unprecedented move follows the president's decision there to release intelligence reports indicating that Russia deployed thousands of social media accounts to bolster the candidacy of this...
66,000 accounts that are posters with 10 million supporting accounts that repost and like and share.
Fringe and far-right
On
candidate
TikTok
on platforms
alone.
like TikTok and Telegram. This character is a little-known pro-Russian politician with no declared campaign spending. He emerged as the front-runner on November 24th. His surprising lead over pro-European candidates of the Save Romania Union Party has shocked the European Union and NATO member Romania. A runoff election had been scheduled for this Sunday, but with voting already underway in polling stations abroad, the court's decision has halted the process completely. Can you imagine that happening here?
Yeah, I was like, could you imagine if we did that? I mean, remember, we had how many bomb threats called into polling places, especially in Dem-leaning districts? We had like an insane amount of misinformation being, I mean, literally more people had misinformation than information. I don't think the rerun will do much. I still think that it's better to have canceled it and rerun the election. If the guy wins again, then he wins again. That's how it is. But they were aware that there was influence trying to force this outcome illegally with behind the scenes. It's add a patch to the beginning of that certified garbage, and that's the slur. Google it. It's bad. It's basically like Indians, I think, and like just Southeast Asians. I don't know. Like we had so much evidence that there was foreign influence as well as corporate influence, which we don't consider to be like a problem for some reason. But even just foreign influence wise, and it wasn't just Russia, we had a lot of evidence to just, I don't know, let's do the election again. But we didn't.
In America?
Does it?
The discovery, as we saw, the security services recognizing that there was foreign influence in the election to such an extent that the election is halted and rerun now that people know that they have been manipulated.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought you were saying when you said Jeet. I thought that was like a like I thought that was a shortening of the slur. But is Jeet just a shortened version of that same word? Because then it's not, you know? It's like, I don't know. Regardless, Bernie is right every time, and he says we need exclusively publicly funded elections. This is true. Yeah, okay, which means that, like, it is still a slur, which is fine. You know, if you're going to use it for propaganda purposes, like, again, I'm saying you should be able to slur the right in order to protect yourself and to get your message across. That's fine. I just wanted to, like, be clear about it. Bernie Sanders has been right this entire time, and even Republicans like him, so...
Different rules for different nations, it seems. The outgoing Prime Minister praised the court's decision, calling it the only correct solution in light of the newly declassified intelligence which showed Russia's actions had blatantly distorted the election outcome. Prior to the election, this fringe candidate was polling in the single digits, making his first round victory a stunning development.
From single digits to winning with the help of, like, significant media interference. Single digits in the first round.
Win raised questions about the resilience of democratic systems in a country deeply embedded
But we do
in
have good
Western
news
alliances.
on Romania as well today, though. So let's just...
Today, a member of NATO and the European Union took a step nearly unheard of that's throwing out the results of an election.
6 days ago.
That's what happened in Romania, a country that's been vital to Ukraine's efforts against Russia.
I agree. Bulletproof bullet.
And also hosts U.S. troops. Romania's constitution...
Although I do also think that you should drop a sub and a like for the channel, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, even if I think for-profit media should be illegal.
Annulled the results because of what the sitting government calls a vast influence effort by a foreign actor to boost the candidacy of a candidate dubbed pro-Russian. As Nick Schifrin reports, the effort was largely run on TikTok.
In 2024, when a Romanian strongman wants to prove his manhood...
Remember yesterday when we watched Vladimir Putin get flipped like that by like a 9-year-old Korean girl? Or Japanese girl?
He goes on TikTok, and Kalin Georgescu's opponents say if this campaign looks like the Kremlin's playbook, it's because he admires Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Or maybe that it's, you know,
Putin is
exactly made by them.
He loves his country.
Scorns NATO and Ukraine.
Ukraine is an invented state.
And dabbles.
What is a non-invented state? Like, the absurdity of Ukraine is an invented state. There is no such thing as a not invented state.
NATO and Ukraine.
Ukraine is an invented state.
And dabbles in conspiracy theories.
Did man reach the moon? I don't
I mean, to be fair, if he wins again, I would say based if they threw out the election again.
think so.
He was also largely unknown, one of 14 candidates running in Romania's presidential election. On November the 5th, Georgescu polled under 1%. 3 weeks later, he won the first round with 23%. Romania's government says that victory was thanks to foreign influence, and for the first time in the country's history, declassified intelligence...
Like, there's a lot of documents on the subject, I just can't read them.
Documents that describe a, quote, campaign to circumvent Romanian law to boost Kalin Georgescu's popularity.
I have a thread on the subject,
And the government says that campaign relied heavily on a well-coordinated, popularity-boosting campaign on TikTok. Romanian intelligence says tens of thousands...
That's still better, Lord Fluffy Art, than them just capitulating to Russian rule. Sorry.
Of TikTok accounts suddenly...
Fight for your democracy, and if that causes a war for your freedom, then that's a war. War is bad, but it's not your fault for having to go to war when there's an aggressive country trying to steal your freedom and your democracy, and you don't allow them to do that, and it leads to war. That's not you doing that. That's them doing it to you.
Activated right before the election, some after laying dormant for 8 years.
Just like
and,
Ukraine.
Quote, the activity of the accounts would have been coordinated by a state actor.
We saw this a lot in America too, by the way. Accounts that had been bought, accounts that had existed prior, people who had gone offline, whose accounts were either stolen or bought and then turned into bot accounts. To be fair, all of you in Florida really should get the fuck out of Florida as soon as possible.
Was supported by a state that NATO describes as the most significant threat to NATO and to Romania's security, and that state is Russia.
Like, it's easier said than done, I know.
Andrei Muraru is Romania's ambassador to the United States.
There are many things, that could be shaken if this guy would have become president. A puppet in Russia's hands,
Which, by the way, is what George is also like trying to stop with their protest in their country. Certified garbage, you're broke. I mean, if you're willing to work on a farm, you can get an Australian visa, and you just got to work on a farm for 2 months out of the year. And then you get paid while you do it too. And then you can just like travel around Australia for the rest of the year. Just cheap. I don't know. You can get work here. It's still better than being all the way over there.
Would be a disaster for our security, for our economy, for our alliances. And
hell, I think you even get healthcare with that. I'll actually look that up. Does that visa give you access to healthcare?
For our future.
Romanian intelligence describes a network of TikTok supporters, some paid by a shell company that soon disappeared, all instructed to post unified messages about what they want out of a leader, a family man, who's honest and patriotic. These avoided Georgescu's name, skirting TikTok's own policies against political content. Instead, they relied on...
You can get access to Medicare here for either a 491 or a 494 visa. 491 being skilled worker professional. So this one, like you need a degree or something to have. But 494, this is a skilled employer sponsored. You reach out to a farm, which a lot of them, like there's like lists online of farms who need staffing, and you work for 2 months. They let you into the country. You get to stay here for a year. You get access to healthcare, and that's it. So if anyone's like really needing to find somewhere to go, are you allowed to bring people who you adopt to Australia? No, because I'm not a citizen. I'm a permanent resident. I'm still waiting for my citizenship test. Yes, I can link the 494 visa. This might not be the exact one, but if you are actually genuinely curious about the fact, like hit me up on the Discord and I can, I can look into it some more. Wait, where should we move? I mean, if you're moving, if you're able to move and you're in Florida, leave Florida. I was saying you can come to Australia and get an easy visa where you just have to work on a farm for 2 months and you get to live here for the rest of the year, and they pay you and you get access to our public healthcare system. Well, I linked like how you can get that visa. If that doesn't turn out to be the right one, I look into 2 months out of the year. That's it. Work on a farm.
Hashtags and an army of bots to leave pro-Georgescu comments, playing into TikTok's algorithm and spreading throughout Romania.
Look, we could cover the video in more depth, but there's not really much to say other than it's the exact same thing that they did in America. According to Romanian intelligence, state actor coordinated mass guerrilla political campaign under TikTok hashtags balance and verticality, including 100 influencers. Far-right leader bought votes. Rose citizens Bogdan donated €1 million to TikTok to finance Georgescu's campaign. TikTok confirmed the user paid $381,000 to other platform users, which is a breach of electoral law. I mean, this is the actual article with links to the documents. If any of you can read in Romanian, I can throw that in the chat for you guys. Prosecutors analyzing the documents, and now that they were made public in order to start an investigation, same attached to that as well. There were 85,000 cyber attacks on digital election infrastructure at the same time. This is the same playbook. They just didn't let them do it this time, which is based. If you have 5,000 laying around, it's easy to get into the Netherlands too. True. I mean, to be fair, it'll cost you about that much to get to Australia. I mean, no, not really. About $2.50 for a plane ticket, depending on the time of year. New Zealand is nice, but New Zealand is moving much further to the right. Not to say Australia isn't at risk of also moving to the right, but we are at least somewhat of a lower risk, and Australia has me. So, I'm trying my best to prevent the fall of this country too. Not to say I'm going to succeed. I won't, but I'll try my best. Okay, one more thing, and then I think we can move on to a little bit of Marx, and then I actually want to play some games today. I want to play some Civ. I got this brand new computer. I have yet to really play any games on it, and I'm excited, and I want to, and it's Friday, so that's what we're going to do. But we still got some actual shit to talk about first. So, Tom Homan, the border czar, reveals which blue city is first for mass deportations.
Only Democrat that's willing to work with this administration as a mayor. Chicago resisting, LA resisting, and it looks like Tom Homan has accepted the invitation from Mayor Adams to have a meeting today to talk about what they're going to do once he takes off.
Right. We're not asking for a lot.
No.
We're asking for access to criminals.
That's right.
And the detainers honored. Give ICE a chance. By the way, I thought it was a great.
You know what they're saying? You know, they're looking for criminals, give ICE a chance and all of this shit. Just so you can like really understand how much they fucking hate you, is this is what came out about this just yesterday. Meant to talk about this yesterday, but didn't get to. Trump plans to scrap the policy that restricts ICE from arresting undocumented individuals at schools, hospitals, and churches. So yeah, you know, they just want the criminals. Then why are you trying to go into schools, and churches even? I was in a bar at the airport in Denver, and some lady was talking to me. She said she went to Oz alone. Her stories were really cool. She went all over the world. Her job now is a photographer. I lived in Denver for some time. I loved Denver so much. I came here alone. I didn't know any, like I had one online friend, like an internet friend when I came here. That's it. Travel the world. Like it's not as hard as it sounds. Even going to a country where you don't necessarily know the culture. I lived in Montenegro for 3 months, and they speak Serbian. I don't speak Serbian. You speak English, you can manage to get around a decent amount. But it's just nice to see all the different cultures. I am really grateful for the fact that I'm 29 years old and I've lived on 4 continents. You can't break up church for COVID, but come on, get on in here and take the illegals. Yeah, absolutely. And Denver is badass. I really did like living in Denver. It was a nice place to live.
Great. Robert Holden, a Democrat from Queens, said if you want to show that, Mayor Adams, talk is great, but if you want to show that you're sincere, set up the ICE office at Rikers again. Because they closed it down because they don't want to let...
Home is Jersey, northern New Jersey. Like right by New York City, New Jersey. It's interchangeable for me whether I say New Jersey or New York City.
Also considering, Eric Adams is also considering getting rid of the sanctuary city status.
That's right. So Tom Homan pictured right there is going to be meeting with the mayor of New York. It's interesting. On Monday night, Tom Homan was at an event, and he revealed, we know that the deportation plan, on a wide scale, you know what American city they're going to start in? They're going to start in Chicago.
Of course they are.
He was a guest Monday night at a holiday party for Law and Order PAC. This is one of the quotes.
Chicago's their easiest target because there's not as much coalesced state support around Chicago, because they could try and go for New York first, It's not like they won't succeed. New York, they would succeed, but they'd get a lot more pushback. California will actually definitely try and do some resistance, at least a little bit. Not that they'll succeed either, but Chicago, Illinois, that's their easy first target.
According to CBS in Chicago, Tom Homan said, Chicago's in trouble because your mayor sucks and your governor sucks. And so he said it's going to start
that's not true, by the way. I mean, it is kind of true, because Pritzker does suck. But he sucks for different reasons than they think he sucks. Jersey explains a lot. You must be hating the stupid drone coverage. Yeah, I've had to look at it like 3 or 4 times. They're weird. We looked at Fox News yesterday, calling it an Iranian mothership parked off the coast of the east coast of the U.S. sending them, which was just genuinely fucking hilarious. Do you does anyone think that if the American government, the U.S. government, by the way, and the guy saying it, he was like, I have high up sources, I'm telling you the truth. If the U.S. government was aware of, first off, mothership is just a stupid word to use, but like an Iranian warship off the coast of the east coast of the U.S., sending armies of drones flying over 3 states, including near some military installations, do you think we wouldn't have shot them down? Why, do you think that we would just be talking about them on the news for 2 weeks of no one knows what these are? No. If the government either knows that they're nothing, or we would have shot them down. Or it's them.
In Chicago right after the inauguration. And Homan asked the Mayor Johnson, and Governor Pritzker to come to the table and help with the biggest deportation in history. And here's the other quote. He said, if your mayor doesn't want to help, he can step aside. There's Johnson right there. But if he impedes us, Tom Homan said, if he knowingly harbors or conceals an illegal alien, I will prosecute him. So that's new. Now Tom Homan is suggesting...
This is like the 3rd time Tom Homan has said something direct that has made me directly in my mind get a picture of Anne Frank. Don't harbor or don't knowingly conceal or harbor illegal aliens. I mean, really? This is just straight up Nazi shit. And it literally, I think that it started off as like a couple kids trolling, and then, or rather, it probably started off with like the government doing something and ended up with a bunch of people adding in trolls. Because there's some drones that are the size of SUVs. Those aren't just like your average person's drone. But there's also plenty of small ones up and around. It's just become a meme at this point.
If these people in the sanctuary city do impede the federal government, he's going to press charges.
This is Nazi
well, you
shit.
can't harbor felons.
No!
You can't. There's already a federal statute. And that's all they're saying right now is that...
Officer, sorry, I didn't know this person was a felon. In fact, as far as I'm aware, this person was born in this country. I've seen their birth certificate. They grew up in the house right next to me. I've known them my entire life. We were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents like know each other. Like, that's what you say to these people. All right? Fucking Nazis.
When we come to pick them up, they're already in custody, right? Or they're already in a certain community. The residents are
I was going to say,
upset.
you have 1.5 million people in custody that you already have to deport. When are you going to get to that? But no. You do realize that like a lot of the people that they're talking about deporting aren't going to get deported. They're going to be kept in the camps and made to do labor. And the ones that are bad at labor will get deported. And the ones that are worn out after being used for labor will then be deported. You know, the Nazis, like the German Nazis, first talked about deporting the Jews for economic reasons. That was the goal. That was the original plan. They didn't start killing them until they realized it's just really difficult and expensive to do.
Just let us just get out of the way.
Proof from the residents themselves. Listen to them speaking out against their mayor. Watch.
Mayor Brandon Johnson, you took an oath to uphold the Constitution. Or when you took an oath...
They did. They tried. And they failed. And then they started killing them because they realized, oh, this is really expensive and difficult. You know, like the camps that they have to build are like $1 trillion. Tom Homan's own like plan says that they need 260,000 National Guard, local law enforcement, federal law enforcement as like basically a standing army in the United States to go hunt for immigrants. They're doing bounties. Like literally, we covered yesterday in, I think that was Texas, they're passing a law where for every undocumented immigrant that you like report and that gets deported, you get paid $1,000. This is the kind of shit they're trying to do, which by the way, like is not only insane, but I don't think they can afford it. Having 240,000 standing army, like National Guard and all of this in the United States for deportations, just so you understand like the size and relative strength of this like number of four. We sent 160,000 US soldiers to Iraq. When we started the invasion of Iraq, we had 160K. They want 100,000 more than that in the United States, hunting for immigrants while also putting bounties so civilians are also hunting for immigrants. I want to see them go after immigrants and the cartels at the same time. I'd rather them just like make all of the immigrants citizens, and we can go after the cartels. I have no issue with that. If you want to stop the drug cartels, boy, do I have some news for you, because it's really not that hard. It's just not the way that they want to do it at all.
Intended to fight for the 10th
wouldn't
and
work.
14th Amendments regarding illegal aliens. We don't want illegals in our community. We don't want migrants terrorizing
Says
our
the
own
guy who would have been a slave 200 years ago. Like, are you...
people. And to have y'all sit up here and say, we have to accept $70 million being given to them when you got black people who are already struggling and need help.
$70 million means nothing, by the way. And this is what I mean. This is the media literacy that comes from watching any form of the mainstream media, whether you're watching left or right mainstream. That much, $70 million for the US government is like not even a drop in the bucket. It's half a drop in the bucket. I mean, we talked about how cheap it would be to end homelessness. It's not that these things are difficult. They just hate you and they don't want to do them. And they want to convince you of, A, problems that don't exist for reasons that benefits them, but also even if they're saying they're going to do something you want them to do, they're not doing it for the same reasons you want them to do it.
It's a disgrace.
And most of
Old
these people don't understand
by the way,
what they're talking
we could
about.
have played 12 of these.
No.
Almost every person that regularly watches this program has no idea what the reality of what these people are talking about is. Drugs and cartels are a weaponized ecosystem to keep the public living in fear. It won't ever go away. It would if you just legalized drug use and like regulated it. Like all drug use legalized and regulated. You can go to the pharmacy and buy your like drugs. Why would you need the fucking drug cartels would go out of business? Why did they switch to harder drugs when we made weed legal? Weed used to be their main export. TV wouldn't lie to me, would it? Yes, it would. Don't even trust like live streamers. Don't just trust me even like off the bat. Like look up what I'm saying to make sure that I'm not wrong or something. Have a nice dinner, Solitaire. Good night. Thanks for popping in. Hopefully see you next stream.
The people agree with Tom.
Well, and you could see
that's because
in
they
that
did it
wide
poorly.
shot, you could see
Anthony. They tried it in Portland and it failed miserably because it was done wrong. There's a way of doing this. I've made a video on the subject actually on YouTube that requires you to work on several systems at once. Portland didn't do, first off, what I'm saying. They didn't do what I'm suggesting. But even what they did do, they didn't do it right. They were underfunding all of the, like, even just their safe use centers are well underfunded. You want to like stop drug overdoses, for example, deaths from fentanyl? You open up safe use centers all over the country. Except, you know, this pisses off right-wingers because when you open up these centers, these are places where people to do drugs. You also have to make them comfortable. You have to make them nice. You have to put TV in there. You got to put couches in there. You got to have social worker. Put an Xbox in there. You need to make it so these people want to go and spend time there and do their drugs there and spend their time there while they're high rather than out on the street, while they will have like nurses on staff, a social worker on staff. You might have someone at the door that, you know, when you come in, they give you a pamphlet, be like, hey, you ready to try out like recovery yet? And because that's how you get people to get clean, by the way, is you very slowly nudge them towards making the choice themselves, because you can't get somebody off drugs unless they want to stop doing drugs. Yeah, they just decriminalized it. You need to add in systems. The safe use centers that I just described, for example, that would decrease death. That would probably increase the amount of people that seek treatment and recovery. But on top of this, you also have to add in, I don't know, the ability for people to go to rehab. Do you know how much rehab costs in America? It's $1,000 a day, I think, at a minimum for like any kind of alcoholism drug rehab. You need to state fund that shit, sponsor it. This is how it works. But like, you can't convince people to do this because for one reason, drug addicts often relapse and you have to do this again. And so they're like, why are we spending this money sending them to rehab if they're just going to relapse and use drugs again? Well, because it's a process. Sometimes they get it in their first go. Sometimes it takes them a couple goes. But we don't live in a society that values, I don't know, the quality of your life, the quality of the general person's life over money. And also most people are tricked into thinking that their taxes are used in ways that they're not, and that they spend more money than is actually real. I don't know. Who is his mom, Margaret Thatcher? Yeah. Probably.
See that some people were wearing
Trudeau's mom?
You
Yeah.
can see red shirts. You know what the red shirt said?
Oh, fuck you. That's what the red shirt said. By the way, this is objectively true. It's also very funny, but it is just kind of true. Very, very few people on this side of the spectrum aren't this. I got one more thing for you guys. So, remember how, I'm not wrong. Remember how we watched Mitch McConnell fall the other day? He just like tripped and fell. This is a pretty like substantial, I mean, the guy's ancient. He's like 7,000 years old. But just tripping over and falling on your hand, giving you this, like, you shouldn't be in government, man. Like, this turtle shouldn't have been in government anyway, but, like, that's how weak and frail these people are. He's 7,000 years old. We unfortunately live in a society where everything happens on demand. We want everything right away. Recovery is a super long process and requires self-want and lots of support. Yep, it's just another bit of the instant gratification requirement. But also, even if it did instantly work, they still wouldn't want to fund it because drug addicts will often go back and use drugs again at some point. You can be recovered for 5 years. You get a, you know, shitty situation, and then you're back in it, and then you need help again. I imagine when they hit 80 RFK brainworms seep in and drive them around, probably, yeah. And like, again, the only reason we want to like go to war against the cartels is so RFK can directly have the fentanyl like manufacturing like hooked in IV to his arm. I was very close to liquor problems in 2023, a TBI injury that stopped me, me and my family. Well, I'm glad that you're good and that you didn't end up, because like addiction can very easily spiral out and end your life. I mean, again, I've seen people that I went to school with die of heroin like overdoses, a lot of them actually. So it's pretty bad. The saddest thing I've seen from politics was keeping Dianne Feinstein until she died. Yeah, that was sad. But like, that's the thing, is all of the Democrats are like that. And so are all the Republicans. My recovery from alcohol took me literally saying to myself, I no longer want to feel like this anymore. It's been 1 year and 8 months. Congratulations for 1 year and 8 months alcohol free. That's really awesome. It's really impressive. And there's me trying to quit vaping and still failing to do so. All right. Here's the video that you brought up, Logo the Posadas, just because I mean, avoiding reading for a second. Let's see when machines become master. Samuel Butler on Darwin Among Machines. No, she died from like old age, I'm pretty sure. Certified garbage. What is this? Like sound.
Intellectually speaking, Samuel Butler was quite an unusual thinker. Even though he accepted the theory of evolution and deeply admired Charles Darwin's work on the subject, he vehemently disagreed with him over his and Wallace's use of the term natural selection. Butler saw Darwin's usage as confused and muddled, since it implies that the external conditions which cause a variation are to be distinguished from the conditions which accumulate and perfect such variation. That is to say, he implies a radical difference between the process of variation and the process of selection. This, I have already said, does not seem to me acceptable. The selection I conceive to be simply the variation which has survived. Alfred Russel Wallace also later felt that natural...
Let me see that again. Like this. So, Wallace's use
Butler
of the term natural
saw Darwin's
selection
usage as confused and muddled, since it implies that the external conditions which cause a variation are to be distinguished from the conditions which accumulate and perfect such variation. That is,
external conditions which cause the variations are to be distinguished from the conditions which accumulate and perfect such variation.
That is to say, he implies a radical difference between the process of variation and the process of selection.
That's true. I agree with this. Nuke everything button. Yeah, don't do that. That's not resetting, that's ending. There's a difference. You want to reset, I mean, reset. I'd be happy with that. Everyone forgets everything we know and we all just wake up tomorrow with no prior knowledge of anything that existed before. I'd be happy with that.
This, I have already said, does not seem to me acceptable.
And yes, we should have replaced her ages ago.
To be simply the variation which has survived. Alfred Russel Wallace also later felt that natural selection implied too much, as if nature was consciously picking and choosing which organism should live or die, when in fact there is no such teleology. Thus, Wallace wrote to Darwin in July of 1866 suggesting that he instead co-opt Herbert
You know,
Spencer's
theoretically, the entire universe is like a living, sentient being.
pithy phrase, survival
Not that,
of the
like,
fittest.
I know that's true or not,
Darwin
but, like,
responded
that's a theory.
warmly to the idea and
It's a
eventually
theory that has
used it
evidence
in the
backing
fifth
it.
edition of Origin of Species. However, Butler was also not satisfied with this as well, since, as he pointed out, why is the survival of the fittest more a means of modification than, we will say, the fact that animals live at all, or that they live in successive generations, being born, continuing their species, and dying, instead of living on forever as one single animal in the common acceptation of the term, or than that they
Jesus
eat
Christ.
and drink. Butler is also
God, I hate Democrats. I hate Republicans too, but like, fuck, I hate Democrats. Sometimes I hate Democrats more than I hate Republicans. And let me explain to you why. I hate Republicans, in like elected official Republicans. I'm not talking about voters here. I'm talking about like people in power. I hate the Republicans because they're evil, because they hate you, because they are malicious and actively hateful. I hate the Democrats because they're also all of those things, but they pretend to be better. They pretend that they're not. Fuck the Green Party. Democratic Socialists of America, if you're voting on a state level. DSA. The Green Party has not held a seat since like 2003. The DSA holds 50 seats. Like right now. Genuinely. I still don't know if they're viable for like a federal election, but who knows if we'll even get another federal election. But state level politics, your Democratic Socialists of America are probably your best bet. But like, it's just the fact that the Democrats pretend that they're better that makes me hate them more. Like Dianne Feinstein, probably not as evil ideologically, but functionally, utilitarianly, just as evil. Instead of forgetting everything, I would prefer for actual aliens to visit us. I mean, to be fair, if aliens visit us, they'd probably either kill us or enslave us. And I'm not cool with either of those. I mean, I'm more cool with the first than the second, but I'd rather just get a reset than be enslaved or killed.
Upset with Darwin's dismissal of Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, since he feels much of the Frenchman's theories dovetail almost precisely with Darwin's if a wider latitude is given to such specialized terms as circumstances.
So this is going to tie into how
despite his
machines don't fit into Darwinism?
Disagreements with Darwin, Butler was a great admirer of the naturalists, and in the preface to the second edition of his book, Evolution, Old and New, he praises his rival with the following: I have always admitted myself to be under the deepest obligations to Mr. Darwin's work, and it was with the greatest reluctance, not to say repugnance, that I became one of his opponents. I have partaken of his hospitality and have had too
Lord Fluffy Art, just brain rot. Although at least that's millennial brain rot, not Zoomer brain rot, so...
much experience of the charming simplicity of his manner, not to be among the readiest to at once admire and envy it. Yet, what apparently changed Butler from a sympathizer of all things Darwinian to a harsh critic had much to do with the absence of teleological drives. As Doug Hill illuminates, Butler repeatedly argued that Darwinism explained the mechanics of evolution but overlooked its impetus. Butler believed purposefulness imbues all of creation. It is therefore not surprising to learn that Butler himself wrote several books on evolution which still have merit, particularly for those philosophers
How does he define
like
purposefulness in this?
Thomas Nagel and thinkers who believe that there is still something missing in the Darwinian paradigm for life and its emergence. One of the most provocative essays.
So... What's funny is I'm actually in the Green Party only because we cannot be bought or paid for. In America? You do realize, like, Jill Stein is a Russian agent, right? I mean, like, there's photos of her sitting next to Putin, like, not even a couple years ago. There's photos of her sitting, like, to the chair to Putin's right. And if you know what, like, I don't know, that means. Like, the thing is, like, it doesn't necessarily have to mean anything, but it is a position that is seen to mean something. And so seating somebody there would create this perception anyway. And so it means something even if it means nothing. Yeah, Jill Stein is not crazy. She's just a Russian agent. But again, like, Democratic Socialists of America actually hold seats. The Green Party in America hasn't held a seat since 2003.
Butler wrote came under his pen name Solarius. It carried the provocative title Darwin Among the Machines
I need
and was
to
first
understand what he
published
means by
in New Zealand
purposefulness
on
here.
June 13, 1863.
There are a few things which present which the present generation is more justly proud of than the wonderful improvements daily take place. None of
In
this.
the press. Here, Butler, perhaps with a slight tongue in his cheek and with some irony, theorizes that machines will one
Hey,
day
Metallic Soul.
supplant
Yeah,
human...
no, the DSA is like actually growing. Bernie Sanders is talking about the DSA. AOC is talking about the DSA. I've told you guys, like, if you're gonna vote in state level elections, not in a federal one, definitely vote for the DSA, and we'll reassess and see what the amount of energy there is for the DSA the next time we possibly have a federal election. We are already slaves to machines. We have been since the beginning of the industrial age. I agree.
Mankind, making
Although
us
that's a product of capitalism.
their servants.
This is
To
all a
avoid
product of
this
capitalism.
horrible fate, Butler enjoins his readers that we should get rid of such machinery before it becomes our lord and master. As Butler exclaims, war to the death should be instantly proclaimed.
Ah, so this is where you thought the Butlerian jihad bit was coming from. To be fair, I do understand the fear there of like we should destroy these machines before they become too much of an issue for us. But I think we're well past that point that like destroying the machines isn't even an option anymore. I think just like getting rid of capitalism could fix all of this. These machines could be used like for good if we weren't functioning as a for-profit society. Even things that I hate, like automation, not LLMs. AI and LLMs just deserve to get thrown in the forever hole and never come out. The giant hole in was it Guatemala that we looked at the other week? Just big hole, throw it in there. But automation, generally, in our capitalist society, not a big fan of it. Why? Because it gets people, like, it makes people lose their jobs. Their jobs are replaced by machines. Could this be done ethically under capitalism? Yes. It would be, like, implement the machine, keep the person there in the job as a redundancy, have them still do the job, or maybe have them do a slightly different job. The machine does the large-scale production. The efficiency, the productivity is increased. That's fine. I mean, I'm still not a fan of capitalism, but in that system, this could still be done better than it's being done. The machines themselves are not the problem. It's our use of said machines. Well, universal income would be necessary, and I think that should be the case anyway. Like, I believe in that. Speaking of, all right, let's jump on to some Marx for the day. So we left off slightly past this, but I think just jumping back a little bit might be helpful here and helping us remember a little bit. Let me just set the clock, and then we can jump right in. I just really, really want to play a game today, so... Okay, well, you can stop now, clock app. Are you gonna... Okay, there we go. No going Luddite machines, free people from drudgery. Yeah, I like machines. I just don't like capitalism. We can use the machines in a not-for-profit manner. None of you are yapping too much. This is a live stream. There's no such thing. If anyone's yapping too much, it's me. In that, like, I'm yapping off topic and not paying attention to what I should be, like, talking about. Okay, so right around when we finished reading Marx last time, we had established the difference between worth and value. And as a little refresher, worth and value are two different things. Worth is the use value, the innate worth of a commodity, or rather not a commodity. Value is what's expressed when you exchange a commodity with another commodity. That's where exchange value comes from, and exchange value is value, whereas worth is use value. We had just about gotten to the point where we finally invented money, as in the main form of a commodity that can be exchanged for every other commodity, because as we discussed, a commodity can only express its value when it is exchanged or in an exchange relationship with a differing commodity of a different value. Capitalism, more like crapitalism. Am I right or what? You're totally right. Okay, so it's only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire a socially uniform objectivity as values, which is distinct from their sensuously varied objectivity as articles of utility. Actually, hold on, let me change the stream thing to add what we're doing in here. But while I'm doing that, I should also explain that there is a distinction of labor being the creation of all value. Not all worth. Worth is not tied to labor, but value is. All of the labor that you do, all of the labor that the working class does in general is amalgamated into a mass of mass human labor. And through this labor, which is objectified in the commodity, you, let's say, Marx's example was make a coat. Your labor is imbued into this coat, almost like a I don't know, like witches who think like crystals can be imbued with energy. It's that, but with labor in what you're making. The worth of the article comes from the base materials. The worth of, let's say, the linen that goes into making the coat. That has worth because, actually, no, sorry, not the linen, but what makes the linen. The linen is also value because it's created. It's iron ore would have worth. You pick it up from the ground, this has worth. When you try and trade it or sell it, now it has value. But if you make it into something, let's say you take that iron ore and you make it into steel, that steel now has the use value of the iron, the use value of the steel imbued into it, as well as the exchange value of what you're going to sell it for, but that is also imbued with your labor. Your labor affects the exchange value. If your labor time, for example, to make this coat goes up, the price of the coat, the value, the exchange value of the coat will go up. If it takes you less time to create this commodity, then the price of that commodity goes down. Direct correlations. So the division of the product of labor into a useful thing and a thing possessing value appears in practice only when exchange has already acquired a sufficient extension and importance to allow useful things to be produced for the purpose of being exchanged, so that their character as values has already to be taken into consideration during the production. As in, from this moment on, the labor of the individual producer acquires a twofold social character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite, useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social need, and thus maintain its position as an element of the total labor, as a branch of the social division of labor, which originally sprang up spontaneously. By the way, like, this shit can be dense, and it's written with, like, you know, old verbiage, so forgive me if I misspeak every now and again. And I lost where I can. Where were we? Here we go. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold needs of the individual producer himself only insofar as every particular kind of useful private labor can be exchanged with, counts as equal of every other kind of useful private labor. Look, so what about the design of the coat? That's labor. That's you doing labor, and that's adding value to the coat. This is confusing, but what this is basically, the thing about Marx is, first of all, he says some like really confusing, complex shit, but then he simplifies it in the end. I mean, is thinking labor? It depends on who you ask. I feel like, yes, thinking is labor. So equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristics that they have in common, that being the expenditure of human labor power. As in, like, it was confusing here because he's talking about different kinds of labor, but here we're amalgamating all of this into the expenditure of human labor power, of human labor is in the abstract. The private producer's brain reflects this twofold social character of his labor only in the forms which appears in practical intercourse in the exchange of products. Hence, the socially useful character of his private labor is reflected in the forms that the product of labor has to be useful to others. The other character of equality of the various kinds of labor is reflected in the form of the common character as values possessed by these materially different things and as products of labor. As in, okay, so what if? Let me know. What capitalist is taking those measurements and then orders a worker to make a coat? Managers don't do labor. If you're ordering workers to do something, you're not doing labor. You're exploiting the labor of others. Like, definitionally, according to Marx's beliefs at the very least, managers and supervisors don't engage in labor. They engage in control over the labor of others and control over the means of production in order to sustain production of commodities. So, I'm trying to find where I am again. Isn't organizing a form of labor? Yes. But organizing, for like example, progressive victory organizing, that's labor, right? But there's no boss and there's no profit margin, you know, like progressive victory. Let's say you are working with your state lead. They are above you. They rank above you in that they organize events that you take part in, right? You're out there knocking on doors. You're doing labor. They are telling you to go knock on doors. They are not engaging in labor. But if we take the profit motive out of this, then yes, they are engaging in labor. Better yet, say worker takes measurements, gives it to the capitalist. Based on those measurements, capitalist is designing the perfect. First of all, no, the capitalist doesn't design anything. The designer is its own labor. That's a different job. The factory owner doesn't design the coat. No, Marxism is theft. You don't have to type slower. Just for a second. Hear me out here. Your argument here in and of itself is incorrect, as the capitalist doesn't design the coat. The designer designs the coat, and that is their labor. Profit makes the difference because of value. When we talk about when we talk about profit, we're referring to money, right? We're talking about commodities and exchange values. Well, exchange value only exists based on the amount of labor you put into the article. And so if you, outside of a for-profit system, are creating something, right? You are still creating the same exchange value because of the same amount of labor you're putting into it. It's just your manager, in this case, is also doing labor because their job wouldn't be to make sure you do your job. It would be they're engaging in it, but they also have other responsibilities on top of it. They would still be doing the same job as you. The progressive victory example was your state lead still goes out and knocks on doors with you, and hence they do labor. The capitalist is putting up the capital to hire the guy that makes the perfect coat, and then the capitalist exploits the coat designed to make themselves more money. Exactly. Men do not therefore bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material entombment. That's a word I don't know. It's not often that happens. A tough outer protective layer, especially that of an animal or a plant. Integument, as the material integument of the homogeneous human labor, as in the value of the labor is not shown in the labor, it's shown in it is amalgamated into a mass, a homogeneous mass. We don't differentiate the tailor from the coat maker, tailor, and the what's the goddamn other example he gives? The miner and the tailor. We don't distinctly assign them different kinds of labor. We just take their labor and we combine it into one. You mean capitalists hiring the best designer in town, providing him with measurements that he didn't come up with, providing him with measurements that a different worker came up with, then telling him what to do? Yes, this is not labor by the capitalist. This is labor done by others that is exploited by the capitalist. As in, the measurements were taken by one person. The designer is their own person. All of the designer and those doing the measurements are doing their own labor. The design of the coat being relayed to the designer, the ideal design of like, okay, from the designer to the like business owner, and then that onto the production floor, relaying that message is not labor. So it's the difference between an officer ordering his soldiers to go assault the enemy position and staying behind, and the officer ordering his soldiers to go assault an enemy position and going with them to lead the charge. Yes, that's the difference. That really is the difference. In whether or not management can ever count as labor, that is what makes the difference, Lord Fluffy Art. But then without capitalists, no one would make the best coat. That's not true. People would make the best coat because they want a good coat. The designer would still design the coat. Someone would still want to make the coat, and they would make the coat for the use value, not the exchange value. And if you're good at capitalism, you already have hired people to do everything else for you. That's true. So the reverse is also true here. By equating the different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it, as in 29. Therefore, when Galliani said value is a relation between persons, he ought to have added a relation concealed beneath a material shell. As in, yes, that is true. I do agree with this, in that what we consider as value is often muddled in our brains. Value, therefore, does not have its description branded on its forehead. It rather transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, men try to decipher these hieroglyphs, to get behind the secret of their own social product. For the characteristic which objects of utility have of being values is as much men's social products as it is their language. Characteristics of objects of utility having use value is a natural thing. The worth of these objects, the value of them, is a social product as much as language. And yes, Napoleon was exploiting his soldiers because he didn't like go do hand-to-hand combat himself. If I was a general, I'd be on the front lines. Are you kidding me? What kind of pussy stays back and sends soldiers to fight and die for you? I mean, obviously you try and like not die as like the leader of the military, the general, but that doesn't mean you don't go in and fight. It's pussy shit. I don't Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit, sorry, my monitor just nearly fell onto me because I knocked into my desk too hard. Shit. Oopsie, went onto the wrong screen to do that. Oh, well, if he was out there fighting with the soldiers, then that's a different question. Like, I don't know. Generals aren't doing labor, first of all. You're not producing commodities as a soldier, so that's not labor anyway. That's the thing. You're not producing anything, so your labor is not in that of production. You're not creating you're not imbuing your labor into anything. It's not that you're not doing labor. You are doing labor. You're just not imbuing it into anything. You're not creating a commodity in that case. And therefore, it's irrelevant anyway. So, no, they should be paid. They are doing labor. They're just not creating commodities. And to be fair, like, everyone should just be paid for existing, regardless of whether you, like, what job you do or whatever job you're doing. Universal, just living payments should be a thing. But no, I'm not saying soldiers don't do labor. I misspoke there. It's just they don't create value. They do labor, but they don't create value. He requires the capitalist to organize labor. Yes, he does. The capitalist does organize labor under capitalism, but they don't do any labor. I never knew that until you sent me to read the original Marx books. Good. I'm glad you're reading them. I'm glad you've read them. The thing is, under capitalism, yes, a capitalist organizes labor, but they themselves do not engage in labor, nor do they create any value. Hence why, like, you need to move off of capitalism. However, Marx also believed that capitalism was a required step to take before we could reach socialism, as you can't really move towards socialism under monarchy, under feudalism, under dictatorship, under fascism. So a liberal democracy of capitalism is therefore a good breeding ground for socialist theory and ideology. The capitalist receives profit for organizing labor, not value, profit. So, the belated scientific discovery that products of labor, insofar as they are values, are merely the material expressions of the human labor expended to produce them, marks an epoch in the history of mankind's development, but by no means banishes the semblance of objectivity possessed by social characteristics of labor. Something which is only valid for this particular form of production, the production of commodities, namely the fact that the specific social character of private labor, carried on independently of each other, consists in their equality as human labor, and in the product assumes the form of the existence of value, appears to those caught up in the relations of commodity production, and this is true for both before and after the above-mentioned scientific discovery, to be just as ultimately valid as the fact that the scientific dissection of the air into its component parts left the atmosphere itself unaltered in its physical configuration. As in, people don't think that this matters, but it does. So profit belongs to capitalists because it is his reward. Well, it's not his reward. It's what he's taking. It's theft. He doesn't deserve the profit. The capitalist is stealing the profit of the worker. Stealing, the only way under capitalism, the business owner, the large scale, like factory owner, makes money is through exploitation, by definition. Because again, they don't engage in labor, they organize labor, but they receive profit, whereas the laborers receive wages. What initially concerns producers in the practice when they make an exchange is how much some of the other products that they get for their own. Wait, hold on. What initially concerns producers in practice when they make an exchange is how much of some other product they get for their own. In what proportions can they have these products exchanged? As soon as these proportions have attained a certain customary stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that, for instance, 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear to be equal in value in the same way that a pound of gold and a pound of iron are equal in weight, despite their different physical forms and chemical properties. The value character of the product of labor becomes firmly established only when they act as magnitudes of value. These magnitudes vary continually, independent of the will, foreknowledge, and actions of the exchangers. Their own movements within society has for them the form of a movement made by things, and these things, far from being under their control, in fact control them. Are you streaming tomorrow? It's today. Today's Friday? Probably. Yeah. I don't want to stream on Sunday because it's supposed to be like 100 degrees again, and the last time I streamed when it was 100 degrees, my computer like died, so. Sorry. Fucking eyes leaking. Yeah. I think the main issue is profit sharing, over exploitation, labor capture, people working for someone because they need a job to live and can't choose something that's best for them. Well, I mean, that's the point, right? Bulletproof bullet, under like socialism, you should be able to go and do whatever job you want to do and make enough money to live comfortably just because it's a job, not because you shouldn't. First of all, no one should need to do labor to live. I firmly disagree that like every human on earth is required to produce, I don't know, value, to do labor in order for them to be deserving of the basic needs of life, like food, water, shelter. I think those should just be provided to you because you exist, and that's humane. Whereas someone's need for like a job to live, that also needs to go. People will do jobs no matter what. People will always work. We don't need the profit incentive. People will just work jobs that they actually want to work rather than jobs they need to work. That's the only real difference. Have you got up to the part where he cheats on his boyfriend, Saucy? No, not yet. Marx was a bad boy. Is adventure capitalist a good job, or do you think left-wing tankies want to steal my right to have a job I enjoy? You mean a venture capitalist or adventure capitalist, like the game Adventure Capitalist? Because a venture capitalist is not a good job. A venture capitalist should not be a job. Where in any of Marx's materials is there any reference to capitalism being compensated for good organizing of labor, even minimum wage? Well, no, so that's not what Marx writes about. And also, stop asking ChatGPT for, like, knowledge. Read. Don't ask ChatGPT. Don't trust the AI to not lie to you. But what... Adventure Capitalist is actually a decently fun idle game, so is Adventure Communist. But yeah, Venture Capitalist is, I think, what you meant to say. Those should be illegal. But on the subject of, like, what Marx writes about, what Marx writes about is not minimum wage, equal wages, is not about equality. It's about freedom. This entire text is written about liberty and freedom, not about equality. The production of commodities must be fully developed before the scientific conviction emerges from experience itself that all the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other and yet spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labor, are in a situated all-around dependence on each other, are continually being reduced, rather, to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. This reason for this reduction is that in the midst of the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relation between the products, the labor time socially necessary to produce them asserts itself as a regulatory law of nature, in the same way that the law of gravity asserts itself when a person's home collapses on top of him. As in, the amount of time it takes, like labor time it takes to produce this commodity, was going to have an effect on the value, the exchange value of said commodity. Liberty and freedom? What is this Marx guy, a capitalist? It's almost like we're reading a book about capitalism. I read and I cannot find us, he doesn't talk about that. That's not in Marx. He's not talking about compensating the capitalists for good No, I don't even think that there should be a capitalist. Marx doesn't think there should be a capitalist. I don't know where, and again, stop asking ChatGPT your questions. Ask me your questions. Fucking, who gives a shit about ChatGPT? It's not correct more often than it is. Who is the direct opposite of Marx? Barney the purple dinosaur. So, 30, which is... What are we to think of a law which can only assert itself through periodic crises? It is just as a natural law which depends on the lack of awareness of the people who undergo it. Frederick Engels said in 1844, which is true. That's the kind of one of the larger issues here, is that we just kind of don't think about this stuff, so a lot of people don't know this stuff. He's mind broken on the issue of capitalist compensation under... Well, I mean, Marxism is theft is always mind broken on one particular issue. You just like, we get past that every stream, and it's just next stream there's another new particular issue, which I don't mind. It's just sometimes it takes a little bit of repetition to learn. All right. Now, the determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret hidden under the apparent movements in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery destroys the semblance of the merely accidental determination of the magnitude of value of the products of labor, but by no means abolishes the determination's material form. Essentially, basically, knowing that value is created by labor, the time spent in labor, this gets rid of the idea of like labor, like value just comes out of nowhere. Is my brain that way sometimes? I mean, most people's are. Most people get stuck on something every now and again. I don't tend to get that problem from you. My favorite ABC News presenter retired today. It sucks. The production of surplus value, Marx wrote that whether the material factors or the process are of normal quality or not depends not upon the laborer, but entirely upon the capitalist. Whether the material factors or the process are of normal quality or not. Yes, as in the capitalist owns the factory. The capitalist owns the means of production. So therefore, the capitalist is in charge of the material factors of the process and that the quality of it. How else can this quote be interpreted as other than Marx requiring capitalism to exist? No, he's talking about under capitalism. My God, I'm gonna like hit my head into a wall. He's talking about that in the context of under capitalism. This book is not about anything but capitalism. He's explaining how capitalism works. That's what capital is. He's not talking about socialism here. He's not talking about a different system that could be created from it. He's just explaining how it works under capitalism. So does Marx want more McDonald's and less co-op? I'm joshing. I mean, I feel like opposite if I was going to give you a real answer. Less McDonald's, more co-op. Reflection on the form of human life, hence also scientific analysis of these forms, takes the course directly opposite to their real development. Reflection begins post festum, and therefore the result of the process of development ready to hand. The forms which stamp products as commodities, and which are therefore the preliminary requirements for the circulation of the commodities, already possess the fixed qualities of natural forms of social life before man seeks to give an account not of their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but for the content and meaning. Consequently, it was solely the analysis of the prices of commodities which led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and solely the common expression of all commodities in money which led to the establishment of their character as values. It is, however, precisely this finished form of the world of commodities, the money form, which conceals the social character of private labor and social relations between the individual workers, making those relations appear as relations between material objects instead of revealing them plainly. Yeah, exactly what Lenin said over there. I agree. Oh, post festum means after the feast, after the events reflected on themselves have taken place. I imagine that to be like post-birth, like fetus festum. Guess I need to brush up on Latin. I took 1 year of Latin in 9th grade. Really should brush up on that. Okay. Now then. Sorry, my throat's getting dry. It's really fucking hot today. If I state that coats or boots stand in relation to linen because the latter is the universal incarnation of abstract human labor, the absurdity of the statement is self-evident. Nevertheless, when the producers of the coats and boots bring these commodities into relation with linen or with gold or silver, this makes no difference here, as the universal equivalent, the relation between their own private labor and the collective labor of society, appears to them exactly this absurd form. Who learns Latin? Gonna be a priest or something? It's useful in like understanding words. We talk about history a decent amount. You need to understand some amount of Latin. So under capitalism, capitalist is required to organize the means of production. Well, it's because they own the means of production. Under capitalism, there's nothing that says the capitalist is required to organize the means of production, but they own the means of production and they use it for profit, so therefore they will organize them. It's just the natural next step for it. So what happens in socialism to someone doing capitalism? They get thrown in the hole. I know, but like, I'm telling you what I think of that. I'm telling you my reading of this. quote that you gave me. What Marx is saying here, whether the material forces or the process are of normal quality or not, depends not on the laborer, but entirely on the capitalist. This is because the capitalist owns the means of production and therefore are in charge of the quality of the means of production. The laborer is still the one doing the labor and still the one making the value. The capitalist in this scenario is only necessary because they own the means of production. If they didn't own the means of production, they wouldn't be the capitalist. If the workers own the means of production, it wouldn't be capitalism. The categories of bourgeois economics consist precisely of forms of this kind. They are forms of thought which are socially valid and therefore objective for the relation of production belonging to this historically determined mode of social production, commodity production. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and the necromancy that surrounds the products of labor, Jesus, okay, we're going to use necromancy in this, on the basis of commodity production, vanishes as soon as we come to other forms of production. As political economists are fond of Robinson Crusoe's stories, 31. Even Ricardo has his Robinson Crusoe stories. Ricardo makes his primitive fisherman and primitive hunter into owners of commodities who immediately exchange their fish and game in proportion to the labor time, which is materialized in these exchange values. On this occasion, he slips into the anarchism of allowing the primitive fisherman and the hunter to calculate the value of their implements in accordance to the with the annuity tables used on the London Stock Exchange in 1817. Apart from bourgeois society, the parallelograms of Mr. Owens seems to have always been the only form of society. Seems to have been the only form of society, rather. Not always. Why is my eye leaking? That's really fucking annoying. Marx says without capitalism contributions, there would not be surplus value. He requires capitalists to do stuff for the surplus value to occur. Well, I mean, to be fair, Marx also thinks that, like, capitalism is a required step to reach socialism, but also, what are you defining as, define me what you are using as surplus value, and then we can go from there. Wait, so I can collab with Snoop Dogg under socialism? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you should. But wait, what would happen to content creators and platforms under socialism? Well, the platforms would not, like, Twitch shouldn't exist. Not in the manner that it does, not for profit. If you want to create these platforms, then they can exist. Streamers can exist. That's still a job. It's just not any more labor than anyone else's labor. Yes, we're reading Marxism is theft, if you would allow me to. I'm asking you to define surplus labor in the context that you're using, because, you know, I have a feeling that you're misunderstanding the way that Marx is using it based on the last two things that you've written. They would keep their jobs unless they run out of stuff to talk about or unless they want to do something else. Now, let us first look at Robinson on his island. Undemanding though he is by nature, he still has needs to satisfy and must therefore perform useful labor of various kinds. He must make tools, knock together furniture, tame llamas, fish, hunt, and so on. Of his prayers and the like, we take no account here, since our friend takes pleasures in them and sees them as recreation. Despite the diversity of his productive functions, he knows that they are only different forms of activity of one and the same Robinson. Hence, only different modes of human labor. Necessity itself compels him to divide his time with precision between his different functions. Would prostitution be legal under socialism? Yes, and it should be legal now. I mean, it's legal depending on what state you live in, but yeah. But I'm not too sure why you would need that too. Yeah. People can be sex workers for fun. Like, people do that for fun. It would be legal. You would have less available, like, sex workers to work with because, you know, people would do other jobs that they would rather do. Something tells me they wouldn't run out of stuff. Wouldn't humans just default to using ration supplies from the government as currency? I mean, that implies the existence of a government, and I mean, before this, there was still like before we created money, up until this point, like really up until like 10 pages ago, we hadn't had money yet. We just got to the creation of a commodity that can be exchanged with every other commodity. Prior to money, it was just different commodities you would exchange. I personally think prostitution needs to exist to prevent incels from existing. Well, I mean, it should exist. It just will have less sex workers if people don't need sex work. She's an anarchist. Don't listen to her. I'm not an anarchist. I'm not an anarchist. I'm a libertarian socialist. I just like some anarchist beliefs. He says surplus value is generated when value of the product has higher value above necessary labor. So wages cost, meaning capitalist is required to do stuff for surplus value, and then attributes all of the surplus value to work of the workers, none to the capitalist. Well, okay, under that definition, that's true. Any value that's created above the value of necessary labor that is done by the workers is value that's created by the workers, none by the capitalist. The surplus value is not really even all that relevant here. It's just value. She is the anarchia mama. Okay, look, anarchism has some good ideas, all right? You just can't be black and white with anything. That's the thing. Nothing is black and white. Labeling like political ideology is like throwing darts at a board. Like, we looked at this the other day. Look at how many fucking forms of anarchism there are. Wait till let me show you some like other shit. Look at, first of all, there's this many forms of anarchism. But inside this, there's also all of these. Go to communism. All of these are communism. Or rather, defined as. None of these, like not a lot of these I wouldn't define as communism. You go to corporatism. These are all different corporatism examples. Democracy. It's difficult to just throw a dart and land on a political ideology. And art, sex worker, not prostitute. It's just like a ruder way of saying the same thing. How would you divide little anarcho city states and defend themselves from Mexico? Oh my God, do you really want to go into this now, or do you want to save it for when you debate me? Genuine question. We can go into it now, but then we have to stop with Marx. Or you can save this for when you're on stream and we're talking about it. By the way, like, again, I did say yesterday that I'm not set in stone on that idea. I'm willing to move some things. Give me a better idea. And yes, we're going to talk about that tomorrow, Art. Oh yeah, you wanted to come on stream, didn't you? I forgot. Yeah, so I'll talk to Art about this tomorrow. And yeah, owned, exactly. They can't defend themselves. The country with more guns than people, if decentralized and happy and was invaded by a foreign power, wouldn't just start killing everybody that's, you know, not in their community. I don't necessarily believe that. Whether or not we could like stop an invasion of the United States, I mean, I still think that no country could manage to do that successfully. Mexico might occupy a couple like southern like city-state-esque things, sure, but like I don't even think they'd manage that. We're Americans. We have a lot of guns and we're insane. And this would be in a hypothetical scenario of a stateless society. So basically stuff that capitalism is required to do, as Marx writes, has zero value in Marxism. Well, I mean, okay, when you say Marxism, you're getting too complex here. Like that Marxism is, you know what, actually no, we're reading Marx, so this is Marxist ideology. So zero value in Marxism, but Marx says capitalists are required to do things still to produce surplus value. Where does he say surplus value is required? I mean, we haven't gotten there yet. You're clearly well ahead of where we're reading, and you don't have the patience to wait until we get there, but give me the page number. Why is surplus value required? The quote that you've told me is how surplus value comes about, not why it's necessary. The quote that you sent me is Marx says surplus value is generated when when values of the product has a higher value above necessary labor, so wages cost, meaning capitalist is required to do stuff for surplus value to occur, and then he attributes all of that surplus value to work of the workers, none to the capitalists. None of this is explaining to me why you think surplus value needs to exist. No matter what arguments of responsibility MLs make over anarchists, they still go out of their way to adopt our aesthetic value. That's true. I mean, you can jump in and like mediate the. I'm not sure we're gonna need a mediator, but like, yeah, you can be the mod tomorrow. Well, after stream, we'll set this up, or rather, while I'm playing Civ, we'll set this up. Well, we haven't even defined surplus value yet. Like, we're not there yet. I'm asking you why you think it's necessary. I'm not saying I don't think it's necessary. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm asking a question. Yeah, well, once the timer runs out for Marx, I'm playing Civ. Got an hour and 17 minutes left of Marx, and then we can play some games. I haven't played a game on this computer yet. I'm really fucking excited. So, his stockbook contains a catalog of useful objects he possesses, of the various operations necessary for their production, and finally of the labor time that specific quantities of these products have on average cost him. All the relations between Robinson and these objects that form his self-created wealth are here so simple, transparent that even Mr. Sedley Taylor could understand them, which seems like a burn, and yet those relations contain all the essential determinants of value. Who is you? The original German has here Herr M. Wirth, chosen by Marx as a run-of-the-mill vulgar economist propagandist familiar to German readers. Engels introduced Mr. Sedley Taylor, a Cambridge don against whom he polemicized in the preface. I see. Where were we? Lost my straw. There we go. Now, let us transport ourselves from Robinson's Island, bathed in the light, to medieval Europe, shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent. Serfs, lords, vassals, suzerains, laymen, clerics. Personal dependence characterize the social relations of material production as much as it does the other spheres of life based on that production. But precisely because relations of personal dependence form the given social foundations, there is no need for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape in the transaction of society of services in kinds of payment in kind. The natural kind of labor, its particularity, and not as in a society based on commodity production, its universality, is here its immediate social form. The corvée can be measured by time just as well as the labor which produces the commodities, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a specific quantity of his own personal labor power. The tithe owed to the priest is more clearly apparent than his blessing. Whatever we may think then of the different roles in which men confront each other in such a society, the social relations between the individuals in their performance of labor appears at all events as their own personal relations and are not disguised as social relations between the products of labor. This would be under medieval European society. There are more of us on Earth, so we want to use our resources more efficiently, and that surplus value allows us to have good lives today. No, I disagree with that framing entirely. That's a very capitalist framing. You don't need surplus value to do that. Labor power, I understand the capitalist is required to do stuff like provide material. That's not what the capitalist does. That's not, they don't provide the worker with materials to increase labor power. They provide the worker with base materials to create the commodities. They upgrade the means of production to increase productivity, but none of this is labor. None of this is worth anything. This is all just, you know, them making profit. It'd be like a collection of ideas with the premise on, like, what will be done generally. If you guys are wondering what Marxism-Leninism is, like, I mean, here, I'll explain. Let's let Chomsky explain, just real quick. Sorry, this is still Marx, at least partially.
Other people who are here tonight are deeply indebted to your work. It's been absolutely essential in helping us.
This is specifically on Leninism, or rather Marxism-Leninism.
Kind of garbage that we're faced with every day when we try to figure out what's going on in the world. But I think there's also, if I can continue, I think there is also a problem in the analysis that I've seen in your works and that you presented tonight, in the sense that I think we can tend to lose the forest for the trees, that you present so many, you know, astonishing details about what is wrong with the system and about what is wrong with the media, that we can tend to lose sight of what I think the really key question is, which is, why is this control necessary in the first place? And I would submit at least that I think it's because there's I got a minute and a half, I swear to God it's no longer. It's because there's antagonistic interests involved. They didn't talk about milkmaids and dairy, whatever it was, dairy maids and spinsters and laborers in the 17th century for no reason. It was because they were the working class. And what we see today in this country, I think, is quite frankly, let's speak bluntly, a ruling class which tries to control a working class population. And that's what it's about, is holding on to that power. If that's the case, then it seems like to me the question that we face is how to organize to change that system, to challenge capitalism. And I think in that effort,
this is an excellent speaker asking this question, by the way. Like, god damn, I wish I could speak that well.
A disservice to your listeners and to the people who respect your work when you equate Lenin with Stalinism as blithely as you did tonight. I say that, and I think it's also important to point out that that is an unquestioned assumption and also an easy applause getter we saw that you share with the mainstream media. And I think if it were actually that simple, the horrific kinds of measures that even bourgeois historians describe as a counter-revolution under Stalin would not have been necessary if they were all the same to begin with. Now, in short, to sum up, the situation that you have outlined tonight, I think, is extremely serious, and I think it's important that we all take it seriously.
Party of Professional Revolutionaries dedicated to overthrowing society we live in. It's better than a misguided group of workers who don't know which direction to move with ties pushes them in all directions. Yes, but there's different methods of changing that structure. So you make a selection of what to read. No, we're reading all of Marx. We're off topic. What to discuss on streams, etc. But sure, your selections have direct impact on the value of your stream to your viewers, and you're saying that those are decisions, not your actions, just to say. No, but because I'm the streamer. I'm the one doing the labor and making the decisions. This is me having control over the means of production. You're like, Marxism is theft. What you just said here only makes sense if there was someone else streaming and I was telling them what to stream.
Seriously, what we're talking about is literally the fate of millions of lives around the world, particularly in the international politics that you described. That being the case, then I think we need a full and a serious
Your labor creates value, not your actions. There's a difference.
Fair discussion of various different alternatives, not just talking about the horrors of capitalism, but actually how to change it to end this stuff once and for all.
Well, I think you made it, yeah.
You paying attention? Because, that was prelude.
I think, well, there's several questions there. One is about the discussion of the United States, and I think what I said is approximately what you said, except I didn't use some of that rhetoric. Which I don't think is particularly helpful, to tell you the truth, either analytically or to understand or whatever, but it's the same picture.
Well, to be fair, I said yesterday that I think Lenin would have been better if A, they didn't do state, like, capitalism, they didn't do market socialism, rather, and Trotsky wasn't there. If Trotsky just never existed and they didn't do market socialism, then Lenin would have ended up better and Stalin may not have ever happened. He might still have, like, been the guy, he just might not have been a fascist.
John Jay had it straight. The people who own the country ought to govern it, and the people who own the country have basically...
No, I wouldn't have done any labor if I directed somebody else. Like, if someone else was the streamer and I stood behind them and told them what to do and they did it, and then I did not do any labor.
Now are a network of corporations and conglomerates and banks and so on they ought to govern it, and the way they do it is by the methods we've described. Now, as far as the Soviet Union is concerned, I didn't happen to talk about it tonight, but I've written about this topic. I haven't just made the charge. I've written about it and explained why I think it's true. And it doesn't bother me if I happen to agree with the mainstream media on this. Trotsky, to pick somebody who you remember, once he was charged in the 1930s with agreeing with the fascists.
This is true. Marxist-Leninists consistently support small creators on a noticeably significant level, but I think a part of that is that they keep getting banned from larger streamer chats. I have no issue with Marxist-Leninists, to be clear. The only thing I have an issue with is violent revolution, because I don't think that it will allow us to install socialism in a way that is good, that is positive, that is lasting. Stalin eradicated the former bourgeoisie by the end of his service, and it was revisionists who fucked up everything after. No, well, so Stalin also was a fascist, though. And part of him being a fascist was, A, with the help of Trotsky, B, with rewriting history of Lenin under Stalin, and Stalin also was a massive revisionist. He did eradicate the former bourgeoisie, he just became the new bourgeoisie.
Charged in the 1930s, somebody who you remember, once he was charged in the 1930s with agreeing with the fascists in his condemnation of the Soviet Union. And he pointed out that his critique was to be true. He wasn't going to abandon it if somebody else had to say.
Trotsky was a fucking snake, by the way, and is the reason that Lenin killed all the anarchists. Stalin was a fascist. Lenin was not.
Happened to say it for different reasons.
Come on, Lenin.
So the question is about the Soviet Union, and particularly about Lenin. So what was Leninism? Well, here we have to look at the facts. Now, you look at the facts, I think here's what you find.
I mean,
Lenin,
to be fair, if you guys gave me, like, fascistic control of the planet for a year, and I got full power, I'd be worse than Stalin. But your lives would also end up better in the end. Like, I would be worse than Stalin via public perception, not by actual action. Although, like, I mean, if we're talking about the amount of people who died under Stalin, you'd probably get some of that too. It's just, your lives would be significantly better afterward. And you know what? My way of getting around this, if you take fascistic power, you will keep it. In a year, execute me in the end. Let me fix everything. I mean, a lot of anarchists talk about violent revolution too. Granted, they're typically on drugs when they do, but still, true. That's the thing. Online communists and online anarchists are a red flag, even to me as a socialist, just until I have to, like, once I talk to them a little bit and I realize either they're the crazy ones that actually, like, don't pay any attention to reality, or the ones that have no interest in, like, gaining power and actually achieving anything. And then there's, like, the actual ones. Does criticizing Stalin make that not true? Yeah, I agree. Does that make that not true, Lenin? That is a straw man. That's definitionally a straw man argument. Nice catch.
Was a right-wing deviation of the socialist movement, and he was so regarded. He was regarded as that by the Marxists, by the mainstream Marxists.
This is Lenin.
We've forgotten who the mainstream Marxists were because they lost, and you only remember the guys who won. But if you go back to that period, the mainstream Marxists were people like, for example, Anton Pannekoek, who was head of education for the Marxist movement, and he's one of the people who Lenin later denounced as an infantile leftist.
They were the libertarian socialists. They were the anarchists. These are the people that Lenin killed because Trotsky convinced him to. There's a big chance they're just anti-centrist trying to make a strong impression. That's also true.
But he was one of the leading intellectuals of the actual Marxist movement. Rosa Luxemburg was another mainstream Marxist.
And there were Rosa Luxemburg.
And they were very critical. In fact, Trotsky was one up until 1917. They were all very critical of Leninism because of this.
Trotsky pretended to be one. The war economy was necessary. He needed to emphasize the growth of heavy industry, at least at the start of the leadership. That I won't argue. I don't like. This was during World War II, and then the Cold War. Like, I understand the war economy for the state in that point, but the issues with the USSR under Stalin are issues that existed pre-Stalin. They exist because of Lenin and Trotsky and because of how their system was implemented.
They regarded as this opportunistic vanguard. They were very critical. In fact, Trotsky was one up until 1917. They were all very critical of Leninism because of this, what they regarded as this opportunistic vanguardism. The idea that
God,
the
we're gonna have to
radical
listen to this again, but let me,
intelligentsia,
one more
this,
time.
what they
Art, keeping it after World War II makes perfect sense because Cold War. But again, pay attention to this. You asked me what Leninism is, or you asked Lenin what Leninism is, so we're going to listen to Chomsky explain it. And by the way, this is important. Like, this is the critical part that we're at.
They regarded as this opportunistic vanguardism. The idea that the radical intelligentsia were going to exploit popular
this is a straw man argument. Shut the fuck up.
movements to seize state power and then to use that state power to whip the population into the society that they chose. Now, that was quite inconsistent with Marxism as understood by the mainstream sort of, I'd say, left Marxists. From this point of view, Bolshevism was a right-wing deviation. Trotsky made the same points up till 1917. Now, when Lenin came back to Russia in April 1917, he took a different line, quite a different line from the one he'd had in the past. You take a look at Lenin's work, it shifted character in April 17. In April 1917, it became kind of libertarian. That's when he came out with the April Theses, and that's when he wrote State and Democracy. It came out a year later, but that's when it was written. And these were State and Revolution. These were basically libertarian works. They were very much more in the mainstream of
as in like what the ideology that I expressed. That's the direction they leaned prior to taking power.
Left libertarian socialism from sort of, you know, this range that goes from anarchism over to left Marxism of the Pannekoek-Luxemburg variety. And he talked about Soviets and the need for, you know, a workers' organization and so on. In fact, came really closer to what the essence of socialism was always understood to be. After all, the core of socialism was understood to be workers' control over production. That was the core. That's where you begin with. Then you go on to other things. But the beginning is control by the workers over production. That's where it begins.
By the way, this is like the key point in all of this with Leninism that I disagree with you, Comrade Lenin, on with the Vanguard Party, is the same thing that the libertarian socialists in 1917 believed as well, especially after losing to the Bolsheviks, in that a dictatorship of the proletariat is just another class structure. It just recreates class structure in a different form.
Then Lenin took power in October 1917 in what's called a revolution, but in my view ought to be called a coup. And things followed that coup, or revolution, if you want to call it that.
The liberal
one of the things that followed it was the immediate
orbiters.
move.
That's true, honestly.
To destroy the Soviets and the factory councils. Those were some of that coup, or revolution, if you want to call it that. One of the things that followed it was the immediate moves to destroy the Soviets and the factory councils. Those were some of the first moves of Lenin and Trotsky after they took, Trotsky joined at that point,
first moves.
after they took state power. In fact, if you look at
it is like a violent revolution in which the proletariat take the means of production by force. Again, listen to what happened here.
Trotsky, after they took, Trotsky joined at that point, after they took state power. In fact, if you look at what Lenin wrote after that period, or did, you'll find it's a reversion to the earlier position. This sort of left deviation is that, a deviation. You could ask why. In my view, it was just opportunistic. He knew that in order to gain power, he was going to have to go along with the popular currents that were developing, which were in fact spontaneous and libertarian and socialist, as most popular movements have been, in fact, since the 17th century. And being an astute politician, which he was, he sort of went along with that and talked the line that the people wanted to hear. It's just like when an American politician goes somewhere and his pollsters tell him, say so-and-so, and he says it, doesn't mean he believes it. And I think Lenin was doing the same thing without polls. In any event, whatever the interpretation is, when he took power, he reverted to the former vanguardism and moved at once to eliminate the organs of workers' control. Now, that meant he was moving to destroy socialism, if socialism has as its core workers' control over production.
This is a direct result of power, of access to capital, because again, without getting rid of capital, you will always have the capital class, and then immediately reverting to being anti-labor to maintain power. Now, part of this is Trotsky, yes, but also Lenin did this. Why? He had good ideas beforehand. He had ideas like me beforehand. What caused this shift? It was money. It was power. Corruption. And that's basically Leninism.
The Soviets and the factory councils were instruments of workers' control. And same, you could say they're defective instruments, they worked out better and so on, yeah, no doubt. But they were the instruments that had been developed in the course of popular struggle to implement basically workers' control, and those were the first things to go. By early 1918, it's still really before the Civil War set in, Lenin's view was pretty clearly expressed. It was the view that both he and Trotsky took the position that what you need is what Trotsky called a labor army, which is submissive to the control of a single leader.
Literally, that's just fascism. Again, that's what Trotsky was saying. It was the view
position that
both he and Trotsky took the position
you need is what Trotsky called a labor army, which is submissive to the control of a single leader.
Submissive to the control of a single leader. That's fascism. I trust Noam Chomsky on this. Again, there's nothing here that I disagree with. If you have a counter for this, I'd love to see it, but this is my view of what happened. This is what I viewed as what happened before.
I said modern, progress and development and socialism requires that the mass of the population
that's why you have to think for yourself.
Subordinate themselves to a single leader in a disciplined workforce. Well, that has absolutely nothing to do with socialism. In fact, it's the exact opposite of it, and was criticized for that by in a spirit of some solidarity, because the revolutionary forces were still operative. He was criticized for that by people like Rosa Luxemburg and by Pannekoek and Gorter and the other mainstream sort of left Marxists, and I think they were right. It seems to me that, and then it just goes on from there. I mean,
sorry,
Lenin
bro, that's life.
Reconstructed the czarist systems of oppression often more efficiently, Cheka, KGB, and other techniques of control and oppression. I think from that point on, there was nothing remotely like socialism in the Soviet Union. I think it wasn't.
Like, going back to what we heard Chomsky say yesterday that I completely agree with, is that any system of authority, oppression, control has to prove its legitimacy or be dismantled. They have to show that they are a legitimate form of control and that they should exist. Otherwise, they shouldn't exist. Okay, so Marxism is theft. Okay, so the top heart surgeon in the world who would be on a call with someone in Ukraine and direct them to do what to do because they cannot be there physically. Basically, like you sitting behind someone and telling them what to do on stream, that top surgeon would not contribute to the success of. Well, so that's A, first of all, nothing to do with surplus value. B, entirely different. The doctor calling the doctor in Ukraine, telling him what to do that he can't do in order to save someone's life is A, not creating value. It's not creating a commodity. It doesn't fit in with this system of economics that we're talking about. This is not creating value. But also comparing this to me standing behind a streamer telling them what to stream is also not the same. No, because value is a product of labor that is inside a commodity. It has worth. Worth and value are different. This has worth, not value. And that's why I called it a straw man, by the way, is because it had nothing to do with surplus value. So we're talking about the creation of labor surplus. We were talking about the creation of surplus value, not labor surplus, but whatever. What other point am I making other than the point we discussed, which is the creation of labor surplus? We were talking about surplus value, not labor surplus. But also that analogy doesn't fit in at all. The outcome is to save someone's life in this context. Yes? Yes, that has worth, not value. You're confusing the definitions of worth and value. Worth is innate. It is the objective value in something. It is not the exchange value. Value is exchange. It's trade. It's commodities. Value only exists in the context of exchange. Right. And am I allowed to turn off my thinking centers? And if so, when am I allowed to do that? You're allowed to turn off your thinking centers whenever the hell you want. Just like, you know, listen to think about when you're doing this. You know, you don't want to turn off your thinking centers when you're listening to someone telling you something. You want to turn your thinking centers off when you're in your room alone playing video games, or you're going to bed or something, or watching TV. What is worth and what is value in retard monkey PS4 median terms? Worth is just what you have. Rocks, iron ore. You pick up the rock, this has worth. You take that iron ore, you make steel out of it. Right? You've used that use value, you've added labor, you've made steel, and now you are trying to sell this steel. The steel has value. The iron had worth. That's the difference. One is consistent with the actual resource materials that just exist, while the other is a creation based on exchange value and labor in addition to it. So life has worth but not value. Definitionally, yes. Now, colloquially, we use these words interchangeably. If you said life has worth but not value outside of this context, someone would not you would be misunderstood, because we're talking about in the context of literal financial systems. Value only exists in a trade relation. So I guess a life can have a value if you're trading slaves, but not otherwise. You have to trade for value. So worth is the use value of a product. It's a natural resource was just an example. Worth is not necessarily a natural resource. Worth is something that's innately tied to that thing. It is part of it. It's intrinsic to it. Whereas value has to be created. Corn that grows has worth. Corn that is grown and sold has value. If I make myself a necklace, I've put labor into it, in fact, right? I've made myself a necklace. This is worth, not value. If I've made 5 necklaces and I'm selling 3 of them, then I'm creating value. If right now, I'm streaming, right? I'm not making any money, so no value. There's only worth here. I suppose. Why do you have to use that as an example? That's so creepy. Top surgeon's time has value because you have to pay for his time, in my view, because tons of other people would have. Well, if the surgeon is doing surgery, then they're doing labor. But they're not creating a commodity. Therefore, they're not creating value. The surgeon's time has value to it, but that's because of the exchange relationship between the business owner and the laborer. The surgeon is the laborer in this case. That's where the value comes from, is from above the surgeon. Yeah, that's not value. And again, that's not commodities. I don't know why you're stuck on this. It has no relation to what we're talking about. This is not commodities. You're so far ahead of the class, mate. You need to stop reading ahead. Read with the class. Where were we? The natural form of labor, its particularity, actually, no, we read all that, actually. We're down here. For example, of labor in common, i.e. directly associated labor, we do not need to go back to spontaneously developed forms which we find at the threshold of the history of all civilized peoples, as in a ridiculous notion has spread abroad recently that communal property in its natural spontaneous form is specifically Slav, indeed exclusively Russian. In fact, it is the primitive form that we can prove to have existed among Romans, Teutons, Celts, and which indeed still exists to this day in India in a whole range of diverse patterns, albeit sometimes only as remnants. A more exact study of the Asiatic and specifically of the Indian form of communal property would indicate that way in which different forms of spontaneous primitive communal property give rise to different forms of dissolution. Thus, the different different original types of Roman and Germanic private property can be deduced from the different forms of Indian communal property. Okay, now where were we? Back up here. We have one nearer to hand in the patriarchal rural industry of a peasant family which produces corn, cattle, yarn, linen, and clothing for its own use. These things confront the family as so many products of its collective labor, but they do not confront each other as commodities. The different kinds of labor which create these products, such as tilling the fields, tending to the cattle, spinning, weaving, making clothes, are already in their natural form social functions, for they are functions of the family, which just as much as a society is based on commodity production, possesses its own spontaneously developed division of labor, the division of labor within the family and the labor time expended by individual family members of the family, are regulated by differences of sex and age as well as seasonal variations in natural conditions of labor. The fact that the expenditure of the individual's labor power is measured by duration appears here by its very nature as a social characteristic of labor itself, because the individual labor powers, by their very nature, act only as instruments of the joint labor power of the family. So if I own a computer, it has worth. But if I make another, well, if you own a computer, you bought it for value. If you make a computer, it has worth from scratch. If you make one and sell it, then it has value. Yes. If you are doing labor and creating commodities for your own use, they're not commodities, they're use values. Therefore, you're not creating value, you're creating worth. As in this family that Marx just used the example of, right? That we just read. They are not creating values. This peasant family, which produces corn, cattle, yarn, and linen for clothing for its own use, they're creating use values. Now, they're doing labor, and the labor is embodied in this corn, cattle, and yarn, and linen, and clothing that they make, but because it's not being sold, it's not being exchanged, it's not producing a value. And that surgeon's time has no value, just worth, because his contribution ends up saving someone's life, because the human's life has only worth, not value. Thus, the surgeon's time only has worth instead of value. Yes, value is an exchange. The first place I read Marx books was a library in a southern state. The librarians gave me odd looks. I was a boy, child, comprehension was good. I read first couple hundred pages of Das Kapital. Wow, good for you, nice job. Is transportation worth or value? As in, like, define transportation, like public transportation or like cars? Because, again, the context depends. If we're talking about, like, manufacturing and selling of vehicles, that's value. It's not worth. If we're talking about the state paying for buses, then that's worth, not value. Or actually, I suppose it depends on whether or not you have to pay for the bus, and whether or not, you know, the state is making any money off of it. But if they're not, like, because I don't know, is it considered value if they're making a loss? That's my question. For the example of, let's say, a city, New York City, with its subways, right? If New York funds its subways entirely publicly, is it creating value or is it creating worth? Well, do people A, pay to get on the subway? Does the amount that they pay just cover, like, cost to operate, or does it produce profit? Does it produce a loss? I feel like if it produces a profit or a loss, I'd be willing to say value. Like, does transporting food from a farm to a supermarket, does it have value or worth? That does have value. You get paid to do this, and it's an exchange. You're exchanging, like, they're paying you in a commodity to do labor. That's an exchange. Money is a commodity. If you're getting paid to do something, then you're doing labor, then you are producing value in this context. Because even though you're not creating a commodity, what you're doing is you're still part of the network of commodity production and sale. You're just a link in that chain. Whether or not, like, you don't have to create the commodity for it to be value. You just have to be paid for labor. And you have to have labor be done in the context of the creation and selling of commodities, the creation and exchange of commodities. That's why, like, the doctor in Ukraine, the doctor calling the doctor in Ukraine and instructing him on surgery is not creating value, he's creating worth by saving the life, because he's not engaging in any form of commodity production or exchange, whereas the transportation of food from the farm to the supermarket is. Now, you can argue that, and I mean, I'm sure there are scholars that do, but by my understanding of the definitions of worth and value, that's how I would define it. So human life has, well, actually, not necessarily true. Human life intrinsically only has worth, not value. But value comes from capitalism using human life to produce profit. Therefore, value can then be assigned to people based on the amount of labor they're able to do and profit that they're able to produce. So under, like, a free society, humans would not have value, they would only have worth. Under capitalism, you have value and worth. No, the doctor should absolutely be compensated for it. I mean, to be fair, like, everyone should just be paid enough anyway. Like, I don't necessarily think the doctor should be paid more than, I don't know, the librarian. Through taxes, through the state. What do you mean for what? They're paid for doing their job. You don't need to produce value to get paid. I'm not a capitalist. Yeah, but that's okay. So you're asking me under capitalism, not under, like, ideal. Under capitalism, technically, yes. And to be fair, if the people in charge could make it so that you work for free, they would. What if I buy something and sell it to someone after the price has gone up? That is still not exchange value, I believe. I feel like we covered that earlier in this. Yeah, you're not doing labor in that at the very least. Whether you're, like, producing value, I guess, yes, but you're not doing any labor. Lord Fluffy Art. I think people should be paid by the state for existing and nothing else. I think the state should pay you every month enough money that you could live without a job. Not comfortably, but, like, enough. For no reason. For nothing. And also, true, Kaffer, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer. God, I love saying your name. Investing and speculation should be, like, illegal in the way that they are. I don't believe that, like, stocks should exist. Now, you can invest in a company, but you shouldn't expect a profit from it. That's the thing. You can do investments, but you should not expect return on investments. Aside from that, investment should be illegal. No investing for profit. Well, I didn't say, well, so I said my ideal is a stateless society, but I also said that that's not likely in my lifetime. We work with what we have. I misunderstood Marxism as Steph's question over there before. Nobody but the state invest under, like, socialism, then yes, nobody but the state invests. Although I would, no, actually, no. I don't actually want socialism in a state-controlled sense that much. Not in that only the state can invest. I think you can invest, you just will never gain a profit from your investment. You can invest in a company because you want to. Considering how my state invests, this would mean a total collapse of society within a decade. Well, I mean, that's because the people who run your state are retards. This, like, us transitioning from our current system to a system that I consider even remotely, like, functional would require removing everybody in power. And no, it doesn't sound like Slovenia. Now, where were we? The distribution of labor within the family and the labor time expended by individual. We already read that bit. Sorry. Down to here. Oh my God. Let us finally imagine for a change an association of free men working with the means of production held in common, expending their many different forms of labor power in self-awareness as a single social labor force. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are repeated here, but with the difference that they are social instead of individual. All of Robinson's products were exclusively the result of his own personal labor, and they were therefore directly objects of utility for him personally. The total product of our imagined association is a social product. One part of this product serves as a fresh means of production, and serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another part is consumed by the members of the association as a means of subsistence. This part must therefore be divided amongst them. This way the division is made will vary with particular kinds of social organization and production and corresponding levels of societal development by the producers. We shall assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would in that case play a double part in this appropriationment in accordance with the definite social plan, maintains the correct proportions between different functions of labor and various needs of the associations. As in here, social labor, when you take labor out of individual, like one to yourself, you're creating utilities for yourself to use and you make it social. This does not necessarily mean that you need like exchange of commodities in the manner that we do now. The subsistence use based on labor time is kind of like that wouldn't work anymore. That's outdated shit. But the rest of this kind of still makes sense. Why states should pay doctors anything? Why should you not be paid for existing? Why do you think you need to earn the right to live and eat and drink water? Why do you think that you need to generate value as a human? Would you get your money back for investing in it? Probably not. The appropriation, thank you. The investment wouldn't be for you to get money back. The investment would be for you to engage in helping this company grow. Buying low and selling high is exploitation of workers, yes. Also, like, you wouldn't be able to do that in the context of we sell things for at cost. State pushes e-cars. E-cars are a total disaster and the market is collapsing. If the state would run an investment, it would have destroyed the car industry and trillions of... okay, first of all, e-cars are like a growing industry, not a total disaster. The market is not collapsing. The American market's collapsing. It's just because the Chinese can produce them for cheaper. But also, that was done stupidly by the state as well. And also, protectionist policies like added into this. Like, there's so much into that example that doesn't track. Can I buy low and sell high in a video game? Yeah, you can do whatever you want in a video game. Also, like, right now, you can do whatever you want. Living under capitalism, it is not unethical, nor is it immoral to engage with the systems of capitalism if your end goal is to remove yourself from the system of capitalism, or you work towards bettering society with what you gain from it. You're allowed to engage in the capitalist systems if we live in capitalism. It's not immoral. That's why I say watch The Good Place, because there's no way to live morally. Mercedes, Porsche are like literally shit companies when it comes to making e-cars. They don't make e-cars. German car manufacturers are dying because of Chinese cheap imports of electric vehicles. Tesla sells less cars because Tesla cars are made shitty. No one's doing a forced e-car shift. I don't know where you're getting that from. There is no forced e-car shift. In America? Also, by the way, you know, like the electric vehicles things is also like a scam, right? You know, we pretend that electric vehicles are better for the environment. However, they require us to mine for rare earth minerals, which are just as damaging to the environment as us mining for, like, you know, oil and shit. I'm for universal basic income to be paid just for existing. This is not a capitalist idea. Nope. I disagree. You don't need to generate surplus value for a UBI fund. In communism, first of all, I'm not a communist. Second of all, UBI fund exists in a society if it exists in the society. It's a community-focused thing. So basically, use capitalism to become better capitalist than the capitalist, then use your capitalism to abolish capital and capitalism? No. Use capitalism to not die, and use the time that you have under capitalism to try and, I don't know, remove capitalism. Not become a better capitalist than the capitalist, then use your capital to abolish capital. That's never going to happen. All government pay thousands of dollars to buy e-cars? Oh, thousands of dollars from the government? Oh my, nothing. EU on average pays 5 to 10K subsidies to buy e-cars. Yeah, that's... But in Europe, that's wasted because Europe's electric car industry is dead because they can't produce the cars cheaper than China can. China makes better and cheaper electric cars. And and California's not banning them from being sold after 2030. I'm pretty sure they're just banning them from being manufactured in California after 2030. Example, WA state voted to ease off of some taxes on e-vehicle registration, but old cars are everywhere, plentiful secondhand, tens of thousands. I watched shipfuls of carbon cars come into port. Yeah, no, this is bullshit. There is no, like, push to remove regular cars. In fact, like, getting rid of e-cars is a much bigger push now. Companies use that money to get cheap cars, and that's why the sales were high. Now, no, that's not why. The sales were high because the Chinese weren't flooding your market with cheap electric vehicles that are better than the ones that Europe makes. Now, you can't afford... Now, no one in Europe wants to make them because no one will buy them. Elon Musk is rich from harvesting government subsidies. I do agree with that. My cat is cute, right... Oh, shit. Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. Guys. I promise you, there is no push to ban non-e-cars. It's ridiculous to think that there is, like, an organized push in the Western world to switch to electric vehicles and away from carbon vehicles entirely. That's nonsense. That's like Fox News level nonsense. And yes, Chinese EVs go brr. So, got another half hour of this before we can move on. Wouldn't trolley buses be better? Yes, they would be. I believe in public transportation. In fact, honestly, I don't think most people should have a car. I genuinely don't think most of you should own a car. I think there should be, like, 1 car per family as, like, law. And you only get to, like, drive your car in specific. No, like, driving in city centers. If it was up to me, you're not allowed to drive your car past, like... Hold on. You take the bus. You take the train. I want public transportation to be easily accessible and 24/7. I mean, to be fair, like in New York City, subway's always running. Now, if it was up to me, right? This is New York City. Anything past George Washington Bridge, that's right there. Anything past this point, you're not allowed to drive. That would be the law for me. No cars. Marxism, I see nothing about compensating anyone for doing anything like capitalists. Capitalists should at least get UBI, but there's absolutely nothing to give someone for doing nothing. But that's not what this, like, capital is not about that. And, like, literally the phrase "to each according to their needs," to each according to their ability, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs, is a Marxist idea. As in, you should be able to get what you need and only do what you can. There's, Marx might not think you should get something for nothing, but I do. Again, Marx isn't God. I'm not even a Marxist. I just, like, Marx is a smart dude. First of all, if you're, like, calling your political ideology, like, if the name of your political ideology is based off a person, then you have the wrong political ideology. I'm not a Marxist. I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. I think this is a smart guy. Smart ideas in here. Doesn't necessarily mean I agree with everything, but whether or not he even, like, Marx believes in you having to do anything to be entitled to money, like that I don't know where you're getting this shit. Disabled people like Stephen Hawking do absolutely nothing for society? What the fuck do you mean? Stephen Hawking is a physicist. I'm disabled, first of all. Secondly, Stephen Hawking has done a lot more for society than you ever will in your entire life. And what should those people receive under Marxism? Whatever it is that they need to survive, plus whatever it is that they want on top of it. Stephen Hawking's dead? When did Stephen Hawking die? Holy shit, yeah, he did. I forgot about that. 2018. But, like, you don't need to work to be worthy of receiving the things you need to live. I also don't think that you should need to, like the idea from Marx, right, is from each according to their ability to each according to their own. I don't even agree with that. It's from each according to their ability to each according to whatever they want, not according to their need. We don't need to exist on a subsistence level of society. We have more money on this earth existing right now if we just took money from the billionaires, the capital class. If we took their money away and redistributed, there's enough money for every single person on this planet to live for decades without doing anything in a at least middle class lifestyle. And to be fair, like, writing a better book than Marx is not hard. This is like a textbook, you know? It's not meant to be a fun read. No, where the hell were we? For a society of commodity producers whose general social relation of production consists in the fact that they treat their products as commodities, hence as values, and in this material saklik form bring their individual private labors into relation with each other as homogeneous human labor, Christianity with its religious cult of man in the abstract, more particularly in the bourgeois development, the Protestantism, deism, etc., in the most fitting form of religion in ancient Asiatic classical antiquity, I think is that what is trying to say, and other modes of production, the transformation of the product into a commodity, and therefore man's existence as producers of commodities, plays a subordinate role which, however, increases the importance of these communities approach nearer and nearer to the stage of their dissolution. Trading nations, properly so called, exist only in the interstices. Intervening space. Thank you. Exists only in the intervening space of the ancient world, like the gods of Epicurus in the Intermundia or Jews in the pores of Polish society. The ancient social organisms of production are much more simple and transparent than that of bourgeois society. My fear is that those essential industries will go out of business. No, they won't. Why would they? Why would they go out of business? Well, I mean, this is 1800, Fox. So, and yes, Marx was an anti-Semite and a misogynist. Not like, he's not God. I've never said that he was a perfect guy. I've said this before as well. Like, I don't know a single Gen Z person who would rather work in retail than work in their dream job. You don't know all that many people, Art. And again, retail doesn't even need to exist in the way that it does. All of the systems, all of the industries would be reshaped. You do realize this, right? If they weren't functioning on a profit incentive, then there are factors of these jobs that can be removed, that don't need to be there anymore. As well as, like, there is a person alive that will do every job that exists. You might not know a Gen Z person that'll do a retail job. I know someone who would. I know someone who just couldn't think of anything they want to do, and then they'll just take whatever job they want to do until they figure out something better. There is young people that, like, finish their education and they enter the workforce and they want to pick an easy job, for example. But again, I don't even think the retail system would work in the same way that it exists. Like, it wouldn't exist in the same manner. You don't need to have, like, 50,000 targets with 5 cashiers all around. Like, that's just not how it needs to happen. All of the, like, shitty jobs that exist in society are either a product of profit seeking or are shitty because of factors and the context of that job that could be improved but are not improved for the purpose of saving money, creating more profit. That's kind of the point, you know? Even shitty jobs don't need to be that shitty. Real talk, the only thing the Jews did wrong back then was that they were smart and worked hard. Well, yeah, no, exactly. The Jews did nothing wrong. Weirdly, he was anti-Semitic in a backwards, warped, inverted way, like totally rejected the path of Judaism, and his family wished him to take in Germany and became bitter and anti-religious. I mean, to be fair, I am also anti-religious. Would I be allowed to have whatever job I want? Yes. Lord Fluffyheart, you would. You'd be allowed to have any job you want. If the job that you want to do doesn't exist, and you think of something, you just start doing it. You need money to start doing it? Talk to the community and get the investment from the community. That's the whole point of the bureaucracy that I've laid out. In Marx's words, what would be the superstructure? Yeah. I mean, you could, yes. I imagine there would still be, like, a cinema, a movie industry. I imagine Marvel would be much less, like, shitty, actually, under this situation. I feel like they might make better art if they were not trying to make, billions of dollars. Art for profit is just like shittier art, by definition of art from someone who just wanted to make art. But they are founded either on the immaturity of man as an individual when he is not yet himself torn himself loose from the umbilical cord of natural species connection with other men, or on direct relations of dominance and servitude. They are conditioned by a low stage of development of the productive powers of labor and the corresponding limited relations between man within the process of creating and reproducing their material life, hence also limited relations between man and nature. These limited relations, reflected in the ancient worship of nature and in other elements of tribalistic religions, the religious reflections of the real world can, in any case, vanish only when the practical relations of everyday life between man and nature, generally present themselves in a transparent and rational form. The veil is not removed from the countenance of the social life process, i.e. the process of material production, until it becomes production by freely associated men and stands under the conscious and planned control. As in, most people don't understand how much this fucks you until you actually have I don't know, control over the means of production. Are you gonna write a sonnet on postmodern string theory? I would if I could. Doesn't art thrive under shitty circumstances? It thrives under shitty social circumstances. Art does not thrive under shitty corporate circumstances. Like, if you, like, part of the reason why I like to write characters, because they reflect my own issues and struggles, a lot of which is a result of capitalism. If you worked for a company like Marvel, they could ask you to change parts of your character that don't fit with the company's ideals, that, you're being too anti-capitalist. You can't be too anti-US military, for example, because the US military funds a lot of Marvel movies, allows Marvel to use U.S. military like bases as well as like equipment in filming, and in exchange for that, they have the right to edit some of these movies and films that result from this. So under shitty circumstances, socially, yes, art does thrive. Under shitty circumstances, corporately, no, it doesn't. So this, however, requires that society possesses a material foundation or a series of material conditions of existence, which in their turns are the natural and spontaneous product of a long and tormented historical development. Political economy has indeed analyzed value and its magnitude, however incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms. Well, I'll finish this one. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed this particular form. That is to say, why labor is expressed in value, why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed by the magnitude of the value of the product. These formulas, which bear the unmistakable stamp of belonging to a social formation in which the process of production has mastery over man instead of the opposite, appears to the political economist. Bourgeois consciousness to be as much a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity of productive labor itself. Hence, the pre-bourgeois forms of social organization and production are treated by political economy in much the same way as fathers of the church treated pre-Christian religions. As in, what this is saying here, it's very clear that our production of commodities controls us, not the other way around. And because this is so evident that the bourgeoisie have accepted this, they look at anything else as primitive. I also feel like struggle gives things meaning. Like, you can never find a story that is good. Well, of course, you need struggle. You need struggle. You need, like, life will always have ups and downs. You can never create utopia. That can never exist. But the level of struggle that you face personally, I don't think should be life and death all the time, you know? Struggle can come about in many forms. You can be perfectly happy within, you know, the social, political, economic means. Perfectly, like, you're part of the bourgeoisie, but you're still miserable. Why? Because you're still struggling with other things in your life, usually like emotional shit, because money rots your brain and it's harder to deal with emotions and think and et cetera, et cetera. But it is that struggle doesn't go anywhere. So let me finish reading these subcategories. The insufficiency of Ricardo's analysis of the magnitude of value, and his analysis is by far the best, will appear from the third and fourth books of this work. Right, well, there wasn't a fourth one. As regards to value in general, classical political economy, in fact, nowhere distinguishes explicitly and with a clear awareness between labor as it appears in the value of a product and the same labor as it appears in the product's use value. Of course, the distinction is made in practice, since labor is treated sometimes from its quantitative aspect and at other times from its qualitatively. But it does not occur to the economist that a purely quantitative distinction between the kinds of labor presupposes that qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labor. For instance, Ricardo declares that he agrees with Destutt de Tracy when the latter says, "As it is certain that our physical and moral faculties are alone our original riches, the employment of those faculties, labor of some kind, is our original treasure, and it is always from this employment that all of those things are created, which we call riches. It is certain, too, that all of those things only represent the labor which has created them if they have a value, and even two distinct values, they can only derive from that." Money cannot buy happiness. True. True, true, true. Although, yes, you would be a lot happier if you didn't have to work, like if you weren't struggling for your basic necessities, which is where we all come to. You shouldn't have to struggle for necessities. You shouldn't need to work for the money to have the things that, like, generally you should have. But you should still, like, work after that. You know, you want to work. To be fair, I don't even believe in money. Realistically, like if we're going to like end like upper tier of my like ideology, I don't even really believe in money. Now, do I think that I will ever live to see that society? No, of course not. Which is why I don't advocate for that. I advocate for socialism. It's one step at a time, you know? If after socialism, someone after me says, hey, we should get rid of money in the state, good for them, I'll be dead. Ricardo imposes his own more profound interpretation of the words of Destoute. Admittedly, Destoute does say that all things which constitute wealth represent the labor which has created them, but on the other hand, he also says that they acquire two different values, use value and exchange value, from the values of labor. He thus falls into the commonplace error of the vulgar economist who assumes that the value of one commodity, here labor, in order to determine the values of other commodities, but Ricardo reads him as if he said that labor, not the value of labor, is represented both in use value and in exchange value. Nevertheless, Ricardo himself makes so little of the dual character of labor represented in this twofold way that he is forced to spend the whole chapter of value and riches, their distinctive properties, on a laborious examination on the trivialities of a JB, and at the end he is therefore quite astonished to find that while Destoute agrees with him that labor is the source of value, he nevertheless also agrees to say that about the concept of value. Jesus, okay, hold on. Referencing some Ricardo dude who wrote something back in 1821, kind of hard to relate to. Well, I understand that, but like, we're still reading Marx. I'm not going to skip over a paragraph because I don't know if it's relevant or not until I read it. Kind of a super lame example. Remember attending Protestant church with relatives. Sermon was reading a list of billionaires who unalive themselves seemingly without cause. Shocking. I mean, you know what? I'm not going to comment on that. New shoes are overrated. I have one pair of shoes and I ran it for 5 years minimum. If you need them, get them. If you don't. If you don't want them, don't. Doesn't matter. Like, again, this is like too much. You're thinking too much into shit. You're frugal as fuck because you were raised to be this way. That's a product of you existing in the material conditions that you do and engaging with them the way you have growing up. Basically, labor who learns on the job becomes better than the manager who hires him initially, then runs better company and generates more surplus by his own better management, suddenly exploits workers when he trains and hires them, like his friends who he worked alongside in his past job. Now he becomes the capitalist and is not entitled to any surplus value because none of you are entitled to anything like surplus value. And yes, that is true. What you described there is true. When you become the owner of the means of production and you are employing others, you are no longer doing labor, producing value, and should not be able to do this. It's exploitation. You should not be able to own the means of production. That's not even communism. That's basic socialism. Fine, we'll skip over him talking about other people we haven't read. Vizora, how can you have so much energy after 4 hours of stream reading this ultra stale document by Brother Marx? I just want to say I'm impressed with your power levels. It's called Vyvanse, and the fact that there's a timer counting down until how long until I'm done with this, and then I can play Civilization 6 on my brand new PC. So that's what's keeping me going. I really didn't even have the energy to stream today. I woke up feeling like shit, nauseous. I just did not want to get up. So the fact that I'm still going 4 hours in, I'm kind of impressed with myself. Yeah, I'll be streaming it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to end stream, and then I'm going to launch it again, just so I could set up the stream title and all of that, and also I have to drop off of YouTube because copyright. My RTS skills are a bit stale. I haven't played this game in ages. I played a little bit this morning. I set myself up, and then that was it. I still need to try Turkish coffee. Settled on a pot of black crude. I still don't like Turkish coffee, but good luck with that. You might like it. Okay. The degree to which some economists, we have 10 minutes left, or rather 9. We can do this. The degree to which some economists are misled by the fetishism attached to the world of commodities or by the objective appearance of the social characteristics of labor is shown, among other things, by the dull and tedious dispute over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. Since exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the labor bestowed on a thing, it can have no more natural content than has, for example, the rate of exchange. I agree with that. Oh, Jesus. As the commodity form is not, or rather, is the most general and the most undeveloped form of bourgeois production, it makes its appearance at an early date, though not in the same predominant and therefore characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence, its fetish character is still relatively easy to penetrate. I love the wording here, fetish and penetrate. I'm a child. But when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Where did the illusions of the monetary system come from? The adherents of the monetary system did not see gold and silver as representing money as a social relation of production, but in the form of natural objects with peculiar social properties. And what of modern political economy, which looks down so disdainfully on the monetary system? Does not its fetishism become quite palpable when it deals with capital? How long is it since the disappearance of the physiocratic illusion that ground rent grows out of the soil, not out of society? But to avoid anticipating, and we'll content ourselves here with one more example relating to the commodity form. If commodities could speak, they would say this: our use values interest men, but it does not belong to us as objects. What does belong to us as objects, however, is our value. Of course, commodity, our value, our own intercourse as commodities prove it. We relate to each other merely as exchange values. Now listen to how those commodities speak through the mouth of an economist. So water for the person living next to the waterfall with clean water has the same, well, actually, no, it doesn't, because water from the waterfall is value to the water from the context of the water, but it's just a use value. You're not creating it. It has the same use value. Now, if you're, selling water, then you're having an exchange. You misunderstood what Marx said here. He was like, when the commodity said it had value, it was to themselves, not in relation to humanity. The commodity only has value in relation to us in the form of exchange. Now, the worth of the water, no, that's different. The worth of the water for the person living in the desert is much higher than the person living next to the waterfall. But that is from the intrinsic availability of the natural resource, not anything related to the person. It's just the resource in nature. Bullion wasn't not a thing, but a more beautiful, handsome, earthy thing, kind of. Yeah, some ancient people used coins of gold, silver, platinum, shiny things. People like shiny things, and we use them to exchange. It's like pretty common in the history of humanity. But this is still the money form. This is still creating the commodity of the money form. So basically selling water to, so yes, that is exploitation. You shouldn't be selling water to the person in the desert. You should be giving water to the person in the desert. If you're selling it to them, you are exploiting them. Just by selling water, you're doing exploitation, regardless of whether you're making a profit on it or not. You could be selling it at cost value. You're still doing exploitation. Water should not be commodified. But worth-wise, the desert water is worth more. There's less water. Whereas next to the waterfall, there is less worth for the water as there is more water. But it's not value. I just came up with a question when I was taking out the dogs. People get paid to exist, right? Would people be paid for producing products value? Would someone who streams rights... You would still get paid for your labor. You would also just get paid for existing on top of that. Lord Fluffy Art. So you still get paid for your labor based on the societal average labor time necessary to do that equivalent amount of labor. and produce that equivalent amount of value, because value would still exist outside of a capitalist society. Water should not be commodified. Exactly. Bottled water, that's fucking disgusting. Like, that's like not disgusting to drink, but disgusting that the company that sells bottled water exists. That company should not exist. I mean, firstly, Nestle is a disgusting company anyway. They're responsible for the deaths of like 11 million infants in Africa. Strong factor in Latin America's liberation movements. Water rights helped Evo Morales win. Yeah. Water is huge. I also don't, I mean, to be fair, I don't think housing should be commodified. I don't really believe in commodification. I'd be willing to go away with the entirety of commodification if a system could be developed outside of it. I don't know how to do it. I'm not an economist. I can't develop a system that doesn't include any commodification. I can say that there are certain things that should just be decommodified, such as housing, such as water, natural resources. Really anything essential shouldn't be commodified, but I can't envision a system that has no commodity production in it. We'd still need to make commodities, and you'd still be paid for the labor that you do. What about culture? Greece Arpeggio. I mean, like, what's the question here? Check this out. Some inspectors find broken glass, dust, filth all over the shit in top-tier bottled water, and I was driving and spat blood on my windshield inside after Evian. Seriously, I did? Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, honestly, like, bottled water companies are evil. You would get paid more if you do more value. No, if you would get paid more if you spend more labor time. It's not the value of the labor, because that produces the means of production being commodified. That produces capital. You get paid for your labor based on the average amount of time your labor takes in comparison with other forms of labor that are similar in society. Not based on value that you create from your labor. To be fair, like, value doesn't need to necessarily exist in the same way. Greece Arpeggio seems a bit contrived. I mean, that is your name. Oh, sorry. Greece Carpaggio. My apologies. Carpaggio. Does that make sense though? Like, at least the distinction between worth and value, have I managed to get this across, and where the line is drawn between what is value and what is worth, commodification, the exchange value, all of this, yes? Because I'm kind of done with this for today. Actually, no, hold on. We have one page left. Shit, I didn't realize. All right, we can finish this. This literally, this is the end of the chapter, so we're finishing it. Turn that timer off. So, in the opinion of German-American publications, this is all very true for our own times, in which material interests are preponderant, but not for the Middle Ages, dominated by Catholicism, nor for Athens and Rome, dominated by politics. In the first place, it strikes us as odd that anyone should suppose that these well-worn phrases about the Middle Ages and the... I don't know what this is fucking referring to. I don't care. Bye. We relate to each other merely as exchange values. Now listen to how these commodities speak through the mouth of the economist. Value, i.e. exchange value, is a property of things. Riches, i.e. use value of man. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchange. Riches do not. 36. Observations on some sort of verbal disputes. I don't care. Riches, use value, are the attribution of man. Value is the attribution of commodities. A man or a commodity is rich. A pearl or a diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond. So far, no chemist has discovered exchange value in either pearl or diamond. The economists who have discovered the chemical substance, who lay special claim to critical acumen, nevertheless find that the use value of material objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of a thing is realized without exchange, i.e. the direct relation between the thing and a man, while inversely the value is realized only in exchange in a social process, who would not call to mind at this point the advice given by the good Dogberry to the night watch. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I don't understand that reference, but to be a well-favored man is a gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature. So do investor capitalists who come up with desalination methods from salt ocean water to the people in the Middle East living in the desert should not get paid anything? Well, they should not get paid any more than anyone else. I don't think water should be commodified. Yeah, I think that those systems should be created and they should exist, and the people that make them should be paid for their labor, but no one should get paid more than the amount of labor they're putting in. The idea isn't innately worth anything. Well, first of all, nothing would compel an investor capitalist to do this, because this would not happen under capitalism. Again, we're talking about the fact that, like, capitalism should not exist, and outside of capitalism, the investor would invest, the inventor would invent, and the builder would build because it's for the good of your community, because it needs to be done, not for money, as Imartus just said. A capitalist would not do this. But capitalism is bad. That's the issue. We need desalination plants. You know why we don't build them as much? It's because they're expensive. You should all be a servant to the community without any personal extra compensation beyond that of any other laborer. I'm not saying the inventor shouldn't get paid. They just shouldn't get paid more than the builder. Shouldn't get paid more than the receptionist or the construction worker. Now, again, based on the amount of labor time required to do the task, you can account for this with, as Marx says, the labor time that is common in a society with similar tasks that is associated with this industry is what you should be, like, is the amount of labor that you're producing. I have no idea. What did you hear that I sounded like Vosh from there? Serve your community and your community will serve you. It's not that complicated. Yeah. Incentivize good behavior. People will do that. People don't need money as an incentive. I'm an engineer by profession and can assure you that I wouldn't be making six figures. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, you'd be doing something else. But you would not just hank around all day, drink beers all day. I can promise you that. You know how I know this? Because I promise you during COVID lockdowns, you were losing your fucking mind, wishing you could go back to work after 2 weeks at home. So we should all belong to... No, we don't belong to the community. We are all part of the community. Nothing belonging to us except for... That's not what I believe either. I believe in personal property, just not private property. You can own shit. You can own belongings like this. These are personal property. You just can't own the means of production. You're not allowed to own anything that could produce money that other people don't have access to. That's it. That's it. And maybe, I don't know. I mean, Vosh is a socialist as well. He's also a libertarian socialist, so makes sense. Marxism is theft. You're building a straw man argument again. We should all belong to the community and have nothing belonging to us except for our survival. When have I ever said anything that even remotely suggests this? You're putting words in my mouth again. You're arguing with a position that I don't have. And you do this every time. I don't understand. Is it just like a difficulty in me getting my point across? I will never understand. All right. We were finishing this as we were. Or did we? No, we did. We finished it. Easy. So we'll be on the process of exchange next week for now. I'm not arguing with you. I'm making a logical connection and trying to understand. Right. Okay. Well, none of that is correct. You can have belongings. You don't belong to your community. You're a part of your community. Think of a multicellular organism. You are just one of the cells. that build up this multicellular organism. Think of the human body. Think of the billions and trillions of cells in your body working together to keep you alive. You are but one of these cells. I am but another one of these cells. And we work together to keep the body alive. The body being society, Earth, humanity. Well, no more live for this today. I'm about to play some games, though. Caffer, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer, you really should jump on Twitch, because then you get to come and see me play games. By the way, if you guys haven't joined the Discord, feel free and follow me on my socials, and please drop a like and a sub on the YouTube chat. Oh, so when you use personal property like your cell phone to call your friend, I've made the distinction between personal and private property. There is a open distinction, yes. When you use your phone to make a call and all that, yes. But if you call your friends to discuss content on your stream, that would make it better. So basically that means, no. What the fuck? How does that make any sense? That's not me calling my friend and asking them for I don't know, advice on my content is not them doing labor. I'm not paying them. They can say no. It's not the means of production. Personal property is things that you can have that cannot be used to create a profit that others don't have. They're outside of the means of production. You can't own a house because you can rent a house. You can make money from this. Owning, I don't know, this fucking painkiller cream is a personal property. This is not a mean of production. This is a use value. This is a use value. Use values. Would an advisor to a politician be a form of labor? The advisor, I would say, would probably do more labor than the actual politician. If you do business on your phone, as I'm doing business on my computer, then it does become part of the means of production, insofar as this is done in the context of production. If you have a work phone, this is still personal property. It's not something outside that, the distinction between the personal and private property is not just that it's the means of production. It's that it's means of production that would be otherwise unavailable to the general population. If everyone can have access to it, then that's fine. If everyone owns the means of production, then there's no problem, which is the entire point of socialism. As in, if everyone can have a phone, then you can have a phone. Now, if not everyone can have a phone, because the phone is crucial to the means of production, which it's not, that's an entirely different story. And then we can talk about the degree of tech in the phone. Can you have a flip phone versus a smartphone? But that doesn't even work that way. How would it be possible unless you are banned from using your personal property to use? No, you wouldn't be. You wouldn't be, because everyone has a phone. You just can't own private property. You can't own the means of production on a larger scale. Having the means to produce something personally in your own home, that's fine. If you're you can't own a business. For example, I would be able to live stream. I would get paid for live streaming. I could not own a website. I could not own my own website. I could not own Twitch. I could not own YouTube. But I can stream. You don't own it, but you own it? That's not even true. It's the mass, the scale of the means of production, as well as the availability to the general public. If everyone can use a computer as the means of production, that does not necessarily make it private property, because everyone has access to a computer. Now, if only multinational corporations had access to computers, then those are part of the means of production that everyone else cannot have access to, and therefore you should not have access to. You both are fucking retards. Genuinely. None of what either of you just said is correct. Lord Fluffy Art. So what if instead of a leader, we had a board of advisors? Would they all do an equal amount of labor? Now you're getting semantics. It depends on what they do. The board of advisors as in a board of advisors doesn't even work because advisors are meant to advise somebody else. Do you mean workers co-op, for example. Like, let's say several workers in a council running an industry, that would be still labor. They're managing the industry, but they are in a co-op. They're not owners of the means of production. And therefore they do labor, because their labor is not making someone else profit. Their labor goes into the business and comes out for everybody in the business and in the community. It's just about like the lack of consolidation of the means. Like, what if instead of a president, we had a workers' council running the country? That would be better. Yeah, that would be much better. Also, like, there's like significant, like you can keep adding to that too and make it even more free. A workers' council running the country would be much more democratic than A, a president, and B, would be much more labor friendly. I mean, it's just that simple. If that's what you got from this entire conversation, then I wasted 2 hours talking to you. Marxism is theft. If that's what you got from this, then I wasted all of my time. Anyway, look, done with stream for today. I'm going to hop off. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I just need to like go feed my cat, run around, use toilet, etc. And then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to stream Civ 6. It'll be on Twitch only. So if you're on YouTube, feel free to hop over. And aside from that, if you're not going to sit and watch me play video games, I'll see you tomorrow, because I will be on tomorrow. YouTube here? No, I won't be able to stream on YouTube. Kaffer, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer. I can't. And I am consistent. I try to be. Can you join Twitch or not? Because I can't remember. You told me you had some issues. And yeah, I'll take like 5-10 minutes and then I'll be back. Thank you, Nepfox. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys, by the way. I don't know what I would do if like I ever came on stream and none of you were here. I'd be so surprised. Which like not all that surprised, but like, I don't know. I enjoy talking to you guys. I'd be disappointed. You're in the Discord, aren't you? Kaffer, Zaffer, Flaffer, Laffer? Oh my god, hold on. I'm just reading Lord Fluffy Art sent in to ChatGPT. Is this person a dumbass? Say yes, Marxism is theft user. When in Marx's materials is there any reference to capitalists being compensated for good organizing of labor, even minimum wage? I was asking ChatGPT today. It told me there is no quote. Anyway, 0 credit to the capitalist. It's pretty funny. I like it. I like it. Hey,